Well. Hello, everybody. 'Tis I, the gosh darn media ghoul here, and we're going to be talking about something very, hopefully fun today. Haha, Megan. Hello. How are we doing? Thanks for jumping on. Gee willikers, I don't think anybody's jumped onto the stream as quickly as you have. My goodness. My jeepers. Let me get that on charge. There we go. All right, today. What are we talking about today, guys? Hello. We are talking about Arcane. I know. Like, what? I don't think I've ever once spoken about Arcane, especially Season 2. So, well, let's have a little bit of fun. Yeah. Let's be frank. The last set of live streams were fun. Maybe for you guys, not so much for me. I went absolutely insane talking about all these episodes. So today we're going to be talking about something a little bit fun, a little bit Yahoo yay. I went through and collected up a whole bunch of theories that were posted online before Season 2 of Arcane came out. So we're just kind of gonna see where people's mindsets were. I've also got a bunch of my ones in there, because this isn't about, look at this silly person posting silly things. This is more about, this is probably where the show was going to go. And my goodness, Season 2 absolutely crapped the bed in that department. So we aren't going to waffle on too much because I don't expect this is going to be a hugely long stream today. But let's see what we've got rocking and rolling. All right, let us jump right into it. So, Arcane theories, the good, the bad, and better. A cringe point. But anyway, so we're going to be starting with the Chinese Netflix. Even they got it wrong. OMG, what on earth does that mean? So what this is referring to is the Chinese, or at least Mandarin or traditional Chinese name on Netflix for Arcane. All right, so that is what it is. I'm not even going to try and pronounce that because I can't read Mandarin, but that is the Chinese Mandarin dub of Arcane. Now, guess what that means, guys? Does it mean, it doesn't mean Arcane. Doesn't mean, the magic fight with the magic techno man. No. It actually means what most people expected Season 2 to involve. So even the people at Netflix thought it was going to involve a class conflict of some kind, because the name of Arcane in China is League of Legends Battle of Two Cities. Which, see, so this is kind of a little bit problematic in my opinion, because literally the people that were doing the dub in China watched Season 1 and were like, obviously this is what the show is going to be. Hello, Lil Shah. Thanks for jumping in. How we doing? So, obviously this isn't necessarily like a theory, but I think this is super interesting because this is like the official Chinese Netflix, which you may have seen the hilarious censored ending on YouTube. It got like 10 kajillion views, so you guys probably saw it, but all of the homosexuality being censored in the Chinese version was absolutely hilarious. But yeah, basically they watched Season 1 and were like, obviously this is going to involve a conflict between these two cities. JK, best ending, Megan, you're trolling me. So yeah, they should have gone with, in the Mandarin version, should have gone with the Battle of Techno Jesus and his Robo Boys, because that would have been far more accurate than the Battle of Two Cities. Quick little sip of coffee there. Delicious. But yeah, I do think it's kind of funny that, like an official branch of Netflix, we're like, we're going to call it this because obviously that's where the story's going. Unfortunately, guys, that is not where it went. It went in a little bit of a quacky direction, but as Megan says, it's the best ending. It's probably the best ending possible. Everybody loves it. Everybody saw it coming. Everything was seeded to go into that direction. Absolutely. I do not like how Season 2 went. So disappointing. Absolutely, Megan. Absolutely. That's why you're here watching my streams. Otherwise, if you loved Season 2, I don't think you'd be watching half of my content. Let's be completely frank and beans here. Alright, so that was just a quick little fun one that a family member actually sent through to me because they speak Chinese and Mandarin, and they understood all that and thought it was quite interesting. Anyway, so as mentioned, first and foremost, we're gonna whip through some of my theories, because I had written stuff down because I was writing breakdowns for the episodes. So I just taken a couple quick notes as to where I thought things were potentially going. I'll mention when the theory kind of came about. Megan says, yeah, most people would call you a rage baiter because you don't like Season 2. Yeah, which is super unfortunate. Or like a grifter. That's a phrase that's thrown around a lot. But in my opinion, a rage baiter or a grifter wouldn't spend this much time watching the show over and over and over again to ensure that their points are accurate and valid. They also wouldn't put together some of the videos that I've put together in regards to showing off the visuals, the hidden art videos. Yeah, and I completely get that. My last video, the Season 7 breakdown, has a very interesting like to dislike ratio. There are still more likes than dislikes, thankfully, but it is the most out of whack ratio out of any of my videos. But again, I get it. People love the show. Some people love Season 2 more than Season 1, which, look, I can't understand or agree with that, but absolutely fine. People's opinions are different, people's taste is different. For me, I loved Season 1. I think it's one of the best shows I'd seen in a decade, maybe more. So the disappointment, I was more than happy with my channel just to continue covering Rings of Power and other crappy, I've got a list of things and IPs to review and make videos about. But then, yeah, Arcane Season 2 came out, and I wish I didn't have to make videos about it, but here we are a few months later, still talking about it. So that is the unfortunate reality. Alrighty, so my theories... Season 2, so this was something off rip. This isn't, I've got some in here that are I'd written down some just bullet pointed theories after Arc 2, so pre Arc 3, and then some of them are just the ideas that I had in regards to where the show was going, which I feel many people had similar ideas, so we'll see. And obviously, if you guys have any theories that you thought that directions the show was going to go and then absolutely went in a completely different direction, chuck them in the chat, let me know, we'll talk about them. Megan, agreed, Season 1 was incredible. It's weird because even if there are parts that made you think that doesn't quite line up writing-wise, it didn't irk me as much as Season 2. They seriously screwed up. Because, yeah, whenever there were issues in Season 1, it was nestled in between so much good stuff that you forgave it, right? I think Pikara mentions in one of her videos that there's a let them cook clause, which I quite liked when I heard that. So basically, as you're watching the show, you're you understand that the writers are cooking up something. So you forgive a lot of things, and then you get to the end and you're me oh my, that was amazing, I'm glad I quote unquote let them cook, as the children say, But yeah, with Season 1, that was absolutely obvious. You know, there were like tiny little bits and bobs where you might go, oh, I didn't really like that, but it was, in the grand scheme of things, nitpicking. Whereas, yeah, with season 2, it gets to the point where scene by scene by scene by scene, there are issues with either the writing or the character work or the dialogue or whatever. It's not, you watch an entire episode and there's one small element where you're like, I didn't really like that line, or how did Jinx do that, for example. That's very different when it's 1 or 2 an episode to every scene multiple times with like every character. It just becomes more obvious. Where yeah, season 1 absolutely amazing. Any small minor issues like easily forgivable just because of the story that they're trying to tell. Another little sip of coffee. Oh my, delicious. All right, so so I think this was where a lot of people thought the show was going to go. So it's not necessarily like, I guess it is a theory, but it was just like where I feel the show was seeded to go direction-wise. So the show will end with a class conflict on the bridge, where we see Jinx and Vi following the same cycle as Vander and Silco. So, you know, the falling out between the two quote-unquote brothers with the violence, potentially the same situation between Jinx and Vi with the sisters. Delicious coffee, Media Ghoul. Yes, I have to say that every time I sip delicious coffee, otherwise it's no longer delicious, don't you know? That's the trick. That's the trick. Alrighty, so yeah, so Jinx and Vi follow the same cycle as Vander and Silco, even down to the fact that it happens on the bridge. I was like 100% certain that's where the show was seeded to go, but, you know, silly me. Silly me. This will, as civil wars do, cause a breakdown in the 3 core types of relationships that represent each city. So you've got Jace and Victor representing the relationship of friendship, each of course representing Zorn and Piltover. Caitlyn and Vi representing lovers, and then Jinx and Vi representing family, because Vi at this point may flip to fight for Piltover, or initially starts fighting with Zorn and then flips, you know, because of Caitlyn, or the other way around, she's fighting for Piltover, and then she flips to Zorn for Jinx. Either way, it would be a complete breakdown of the vast majority, if not all, relationships in the show. You could even throw Mel and Jace in there, even though Mel, of course, doesn't represent Zorn. She represents the coming influence of Noxus, which we, of course, have Ambisa playing a large role there. Again, the idea would be Ambisa would be either in the background or quite vocally pushing either Piltover into violence or Zorn into violence. Either way, obviously, Noxus would be trying to take both cities, but this would just be a way that Ambisa could basically cause a civil war and then clean up after the fact for Noxus. And wherever that would go, it could be another season, could be another show, or the finale, for example, could be not the 2 cities coming together, because yikes, that is ridiculous, but at least the common cause of a invasion by Noxus might allow them to fight on their own fronts against Ambisa. But yeah, look, I think it was kind of seeded, again, not only through every relationship basically in the show, but a lot of the visuals, a lot of the dialogue as well. I feel the natural, again, the Chinese name for Arcane is a battle of 2 cities, right? Like, it was seeded to go in that direction, but instead we get a montage of all of these Zornites being like, oh, I guess I don't want to be turned into a robot, and then going over the bridge and joining the Enforcers, and then Steb going, because, you know, he doesn't say anything, so he just goes, because he's such a great character, everybody loves him. Anyway, so look, I won't bang on about it too much, because there are probably video after video after video on YouTube that goes really deep into the whole class conflict idea, but quite disappointed in that, especially as I've said before, with a lot of the real world things that are happening at the moment, there could be quite an interesting story to tell there. Instead, it was just kind of thrown aside to talk about Techno Jesus and the Robo Boys, which is fine. It's actually not, but it's whatever. I'm not bothered. It's not like it was like the best show ever, and then it turned into. Anyway, so we've got another one of my theorems for season 2. Oh, and it's about okay. So this I put in here because I had noted it down, and I just wanted to point it out that I did at least theorize one thing correctly, that somehow Victor will be the wizard we see in season 1 that saves Jace. And I want to emphasize somehow, because when I had noted this down, I didn't know how it would even be possible. I just thought, maybe some silly willy, because we're dealing with the Arcane and Hex tech, etc., maybe some silly willy stuff, or the wizard is either a non-blue Rise, which could happen. It would be unfortunate if they just made him normal skin color, but it could happen, and then slowly over time rise through the runes, turns blue, kind of like we see Victor's arm and leg, or hand and leg, I should say, change color. Or an actual summoner from the game, which would be a cool way to tie the game into the story. Again, like... In the game, you basically have like these summoners that summon these champions and heroes throughout Runeterra to kind of fight in this battle, quote unquote. For whatever reason, I'm not 100% certain. Maybe it's to deal with, that instead of paper, scissors, rock, they summon in a living being to fight to the death multiple times. Generally had a crash out when it wasn't Rise. Clearly it was damn retcon. Yeah, I think it was definitely like... There is no denying that it's a retcon. Again, so a few things. When you watch season 1, you can pause and zoom in on the wizard's face. It is 100% not Victor. Again, if this was the plan all along, they would have just made it look at least similar to his face, but it's not. It's not even close. Plus, Riot released like a lower, what's the word? Like not HD, lower res, image, like almost like a draft image of the wizard. And it is 1,000,000% not Victor. So it is 100% a retcon. Rise would make sense. Again, like he has teleportation magic. And we see him teleport Jace and her mother away, who I'm not even going to try and pronounce the mother's name because it starts with an X and it ends with an anthanthy. So not even going to try that. She's Jace's mum, or Mrs. Talus. So yeah, it makes sense for Rise. Again, the skin color doesn't, but there's things that they could wiggle around with that. Or again, like tying in an actual summoner would mean, like, these magical summoners, like this guy knew that Jace was going to become the Jace he is in the future, so he saves him as a child, so then maybe he can steal away his soul when he has an argument with another summoner about whose turn it is on the bloody Xbox next, so then he summons them in to fight to the death for him, Normal magic things, guys, normal magic stuff here in the old Runeterra, you know how it goes. But yeah, no, definitely a retcon. Like, it's not even... Again, they don't hide the face. You can see the season 1 wizard face. What have we got here? So this is about Ambisa. With Mel dead after the end of season 1, Ambisa will push Jace along with Piltover into violence against Zorn, OMG, allowing Noxus to try and take over both cities, one through force, then the other through subterfuge, OMG creepers. So, again, this was going off the fact that Mel is 100% dead. Like, you're going to see in this PowerPoint that there are many, many people who thought that Mel was 100% either dead Or, if anything did happen to Mel, she was saved through other magical means, so not by her own innate magic, because that's ridiculous, right? She's not set up to have any innate magical abilities. That's cray-cray. Oh no, Ambessa, what happened to her? Yeah, great question. She was an amazing character, incredibly competent and intimidating, and then she turned into a bit of a sussy-wussy goober, you know? Every time the camera was on her, it was super sussy-wussy. And it's like, guys, where's the subtlety at, you know? Like there was the part that blew my brains apart was when, like, what was it, Mel, or one of the council members was like, in reference to the memorial attack, was like, oh, it must have been one of us. And then it cuts to Ambessa looking sus. And then it's like, guys, can we not? We're not bloody children. Let us figure it out. Don't be so, ugh, yikes. But yeah, no, what happened to her indeed? So again, this theory was reliant on the fact that Mel dies, even though it still kind of goes in this direction anyway, for some reason. So with Mel dead, yeah, basically Ambessa, much like she does in the show, the subtle reveal is too subtle. Oh yes, the subtle reveal of, let me show you a flashback, and then another flashback, and then 3 more flashbacks, showing the audience that, oh, it was Ambessa all along, when it's like, you should have figured that out. You should have figured out Ambessa was doing some sussy planning when she wheeled Salo in. Do you think the Ambessa that was set up in Season 1 would be so charitable to wheel Salo in herself? No. No, not at all. That's all you needed to do. And then, with the memorial attack, the fact that the Noxian Guard come in at the last moment possible and save the day and clean up, that's, again, all you need. You just need those 2 things, and then that's it. She says, no, it's Caitlyn's taking over, and then you can figure it out. You don't need the bloody montage of being like, oh, it was Ambessa all along. Like, yeah, no shit, guys. Seriously, no shit. Gee willikers. So yeah, so I really thought, especially the entire reason that you would bring Noxus into play is to have them try and take both cities, which kind of, like, Ambessa has other reasons for doing the things that she's doing. It's not just we're here to take over. She seems more interested in weapons and stuff like that. So yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate because, you know, Noxus are the bad expansionist, like, actual fascist regime. You know, people talk about, oh, Piltover, they're so bad. I was waiting for Noxus to show up and show off why they are the bad boys. No. Everyone still just looks like I have not heard a single person online who doesn't know the games say, oh, Noxus, those fascists. It's always Piltover and Caitlyn. It's like, Noxus is there pulling the strings, guys. Y'all, are you watching the same show as me? And yeah, it's kind of understandable in the fact that if you don't know Noxus proper, then yeah, you don't have really, like, anything to compare Piltover to. But still, it's so whack to me. Ah, delicious coffee, Megan. Delicious indeed. Alrighty. But yeah, look, I was really wanting to see the fall potentially, and then uprising, you know. Obviously we'd need way more time. We've only got 2 seasons, so we had to kind of wrap it all up, but it wrapped up in such a bizarro way. Anywho. So this is still for season 2, right? Oh, okay. Prep for some cringe, guys. Yes, delicious coffee. So, so Loris equals Braum? Yeah. You see a guy with a big metal shield, and then that's it. It's Braum. It's Braum, everybody. And it still could be. As I've said before, you know, he got shot with a bolt in the neck, that actually affects his voice box so much so that he gets this crazy Freljord accent, and then he goes and he adopts Heimerdinger's Porro that Heimerdinger clearly forgot about. And then boom, bing bang boom. He takes his big metal door with him, and then boom, done. Brom, easy. JK, that's cringe. So Maddie equals Oriana? Question mark? Yeah. No. Because I thought with the task force she was going to go down and Porro, justice for Porro. 100%, bro. Heimerdinger and the showrunners forget about Heimerdinger's poor little lapdog, poor little bugger, poor little feller. So with the task force imagery in the trailers, when I was thinking about what was going to happen, I thought, oh well, Maddie, she's going to go down to Zorn, and then there'll be an issue. She'll be like assailed with gas or something like that, and then she'll have to be saved by Techno Jesus himself. Anyway. So Cjbeards is a Vistaya with links to Nami, and it's like, well, the fish guy, maybe, he kind of looks like a fish, and Nami kind of is like a fish, so, therefore, one must be related to the other. I guess that's fantasy racism on my part, isn't it? Well, you kind of look like a fish person, so you're probably related to literally the only other fish person, right? Nami from One Piece. No. Oh, jeez. Let me make sure I got that name right. That would be awfully cringe. That would be awfully cringe, darling. Yeah, Nami from League of Legends. She's like a fish lady, like a mix between a fish and a mermaid-esque kind of, yeah. It's a lady Cjbeard with tarties and a big mermaid tail, and she's a healer, and she shoots bubbles. Megan, I don't like a lol full stop. That makes me think you think I'm cringe, and yeah, I don't appreciate that. I've also never seen One Piece, by the way. Not one full episode. No, I lie. I've watched the first 3 episodes of One Piece, and then realized, yeah, of course, Megan, thanks for doing that again. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, thank you for that. But yeah, I watched the first 3 episodes of One Piece, and then realized that there was 10 trillion more episodes to watch, and kind of just thought, nah, maybe not. Got one more, don't we? Yeah, so Lest, also Vistaya with links to Ari, question mark? Because, again, it's like, well, you got a cat lady, and then another cat lady, and it's like, even though they're on different parts of the world, again, fantasy racism calls for the idea of, well, cat plus cat equals they clearly are related, right? No, I do not think so. You gotta watch it. Oh, why is my thing doing this? Come on. There we go. You gotta watch it. You can skip a few arcs, but it's worth. Is it worth watching the live action adaptation on Netflix? Is that worth watching? Because I don't know if I can get into what is it? What do they call it? Is it Shonen Jump or something like that? It's just a bit too... yay, happy for me. I like tragedy. I like to feel miserable and terrible for weeks and weeks after watching things. But I mean, if the live action is okay, I might give that a try. And then if that's okay, I might give more a try. Yeah, it's just never been my thing. Again, I think the most jumpy thing I've watched, unironically, was Dragon Ball Z when I was a child. Because, every little boy and every little girl just loves it when big muscly men scream at each other on the TV. It's fun. I would say it's good. It's probably one of the most accurate live actions. Oh, yeah. Also, One Piece can be very tragic here and there. Okay. But is it I have to wade through 350 episodes to get to a bit of juicy tragedy, Because I don't think I'm mentally prepared for that. But no, I have heard like really solid things about the adaptation, that it was like clearly made by people that actually love the show, which seems to be missing, especially in a lot of Netflix adaptations. They seem to just hire whoever is willing to write whatever story they want instead of someone who actually cares about the IP and wants to adapt it, which is very important. But yeah, so again, look, obviously Lest is like Ari's, like, I don't know, cousin, great-great-great-granddaughter, great aunt, you know, clearly, again, cat plus cat must be related. Clearly not. Because Lest was just there, and then Lest was no longer there. Oh my. So I've got another season. Again, just to reiterate, these are all my notes, so I'm not calling out anyone particular. So, Vanda will return as Warwick and hunt down / kill Ambisa after her quote-unquote invasion of Zorn, tying up the wolf / kindred talk and imagery. She will view this as a noble death or finalizing of a deal made long ago. Megan, not really. There are tragic moments that come and go early on in each arc, and it adds up. The quality and story develops more and more. One Piece does have a shit ton of episodes, but it is worth... And look, there is, you know, it is always daunting when a show has a lot of episodes, but that also means that people clearly watch and love the show. Otherwise, it wouldn't be going. Like, if it wasn't popular, if people didn't love it, it wouldn't be going so long. So look, maybe one day, like Jeepers, struggled to watch anything the last few months. I've watched two things, recently actually. Three Body Problem, which I just finished that recently, and Blue Eye Samurai, which I was recommended by one of you fine folks in the audience. I hope they show up so I can talk about the show with them. I haven't seen them in the chat yet, but if they do, we will have a chat about it. So yeah, so look, I just kind of thought, again, you've got all of the wolf belief system from Noxus through Ambisa's dialogue. You've also got, obviously, the blood, sweat, and cringe music video that came out, which ties Ambisa to Kindred. So I just thought, you know, obviously knowing that Warwick would return, or Vanda would return as Warwick, I thought, you know, that would kind of tie that up reasonably nicely if we ever have to kind of get rid of or deal with Ambisa proper. But no, actually Black Rose Society, LeBlanc guys, because that was set up really well and seeded all throughout the show. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Oh, yeah. So, like, again, every time there was wolf talk or imagery, again, obviously it's Noxus's belief in the wolf version of Kindred, but you've got Warwick there. He's coming. So it's like, you know, 1 + 1 = 10,000, perhaps? Oh, I don't know if you know, but that is some delicious coffee. So yeah, a little bit unfortunate because I thought that would have tied up quite nicely thematically as well. Again, whilst Vanda / Warwick is maybe doing this to avenge people in Zorn, or he's in a blood frenzy and he does it, Ambisa could view it as Kindred's wolf returning to kind of, make good on that deal that was made when she was younger. Vanda being Warwick was subtle, but absolutely, it's literally like, you know, yes, you've got all the stuff with, this sound effect is also this sound. I frankly don't give a shit that, this sound effect is the same as all I needed was he was referred to as the Hound of the Underground. That's all that was required, and yeah, I completely agree. It was dealt with perfectly. Was subtle but so neat. But when he came back as Warwick, and then didn't do Warwick, it was just Vanda as a furry. Yeah, that was actually sad. Warwick was a guy who hunted the bad. Yeah, man. And, like, there were plenty of bad people to hunt down. I would have loved to see a sequence of Warwick going around hunting down all of the Cjbeards, or you know, like let's keep Smeech dead. You've got Margot and you've got Cross. Maybe we could get 2 quick scenes of them being hunted down for justice for Zorn, you know. But no, he's just oh, I love my daddy singed blood. Smells so good. Oh, my daughters are here. Well, that makes me sad, and I'm going to just be Vander now, and then die. Yahoo yay, guys. What a great usage of Vander. Like, the GOAT Vander. Unbelievable. And yeah, as you say, Warwick just announced to Vander being a furry, and then getting his brain zapped by Techno Jesus. You know, it's pretty it's pretty lame, I'll be honest. Anyway, because yeah, you could have done so much. Again, you've got Warwick, who is quote unquote working for the side of good, quote unquote. Again, this is a grey show, so it's all quote unquote, but doing it in like the most horrendous, bloody, gruesome way imaginable is so sick, so good. But no. Oh, is that powder? Oh, I'm a good guy now. Oh, powder. Again, I love Vander, but they did him pretty dirty. So these are theories that were put down after the first arc, or the first 2 arcs, that are just kind of in reference to the final piece. So Mel's defensive measures is what actually killed and injured the council members, along with Victor, reinforcing their hatred towards magic and magic users, and that could also push them against Ambisa. But no, Ambisa just literally goes and joins up with the Magic Man, even though she says that magic is lame and for losers, and Noxus doesn't respect magic users. And then she goes and immediately, 5 seconds after saying that to Mel, joins up with a magic user. Like, okay, Ambisa, alright. That's not like whack and cringe at all. There was a YouTuber who rewrote, do you mean rewrote? Not rewrote, season 2 entirely. I gotcha. Rewrote, interesting. And it was pretty good. His name is Sladrian, like Slay Adrian. That's pretty Queen-esque right there. Sladrian, interesting. I remember, maybe it's the same person, maybe this is what they do, but I remember someone did something similar when Game of Thrones finished. I'll already screwing up as well. It's okay, Megan. I will make fun of you for it, but I will figure out what you're saying. Don't worry. We're all a little bit dyslexic sometimes, okay? But yeah, I do wonder if that's the same person. But no, I remember when Game of Thrones finished by douchebag and dipshit Dave and Dan, that yeah, someone put together a pretty meaty video of them like rewriting quote unquote the last season of Game of Thrones to make it make sense. Never watched it, I'll be honest, because at that point it's just reading good fanfic, and it's like, well, this is just, not the reality. It's cool in my head canon, but the reality is much sourer. But yeah, like I thought, especially with showing how Mel just like blasts this golden light around her, I thought, well, it would be quite interesting if her innate magical ability popped off when the missile came and destroyed the missile, but also injured Victor and killed half the council and made Salo paraplegic and da-da-da-da. And then that would basically feed into, as I said, not only the hatred towards magic and magic users for Piltover, but also against Noxus. It could potentially split Jace and Mel up, because that's obviously what they're wanting to do in the show. And yeah, that could drive a wedge between a lot of characters. And then you could literally confirm Cjbeards there, because Jace breaks up with Mel and then goes and gets his schmicky on with Cripple Victor while he's in the magic cocoon. That's super hot. Right, guys? Oh no, it's not. So got another Act 3. Another Act 3 boy. Oh, this would have been horrendous. If this happened, I would have actually, like, it would have been absolutely unforgivable. But, so yeah, I did put this would be horrendous, but Echo uses his time manipulation to undo any devastating things that happened to the characters and world throughout the arc, making everything a waste of time, aka he uses his time manipulation further than he should be able to, which, thank the gods, even though we did have some silly timey-wimey nonsense with Victor and these alternate universes and timelines and blah 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 blah, my major concern was because they knew they had a character who could go back in time, that they were going to utilize that and just waste everyone's time. And, you know, you have all this tragedy happens, you know, all of these characters die, bloody Noxus takes out, like, all of this horrible stuff happens, and then Echo just goes, and then clicks his button, and then goes back a few weeks, and then everything's fine. Oh, yikes, that would have been horrible. That would have been, yeah, unforgivable. Thankfully, they didn't go down that path. They went down many stupid, ridiculous paths, but this one would have been, yeah, a bit too much for me. Because, again, Echo's time manipulation is very strict on how it works, and yeah, the show does at least get that right. Like, they're like, look, we're showing you that if he goes back more than 4 seconds, horrendous stuff happens, which is great. Thank the gods they didn't mess around with the time manipulation, because that would have been super unfortunate. And again, any minute wasted in season 2 is unacceptable. When you know that you have to finish your story in one season, you need to finish your story and not waste time on, you know, like, I don't know, half an episode in an alternate universe showing off the time bomb ship, which doesn't actually lead to anything in the real universe, you know. Wasted time like that. That would just be silly. That would just be whack. Da, da, da. Oh, we got little Jace, man. I think this is about the Void. Yeah, so Echo, Heimerdinger, and Jace have been in the Void. I wish. Turning Jace into Punish Jace, and Heimerdinger into more of the, quote, mad scientist character he is in the game. This would allow for small setups for future shows, along with setting up a much larger threat to Runeterra. So yeah, like, you know, the three get zippy-zappied away, and I thought, wow, looking at Jace and how disheveled and kind of toxic he is, immediately is just seeing people, killing people, ready to rock and roll, ready to fight. I thought, well, jeepers, what if he, for some time, him, Heimerdinger, and Echo have been surviving in the Void. And then, you know, you've got some Void characters from the game that don't even need to be introduced. They could just be in the background, or, you know, watching, or, you know, watching like the Watchers, if you know what I'm talking about, guys. Any League of Legends lore fans out there, guys? The Watchers? Anyway, so, because again, if you want to set up this big threat to Runeterra proper, you could do so absolutely by showing off the Void and or Mordekaiser, something like that. But even just the fact of showing that how, because there was a lot of, because again, I went through quite a lot of theories. There's a lot of theories that the Arcane is connected to the Void. There were theories that the Shimmer is connected to the Void. There were a lot of people reaching for some Void stuff. It would have been pretty cool. But no. Actually, guys, didn't you know, Jace went to the future where everything's bad because nuclear weapons are bad. Oh my gosh, really? And then Heimerdinger and Echo, well, they just go to a lovely place and then destroy it by introducing the anomaly and Hextech. Wow. Isn't that wonderful? Yeah, no, I think I would have... I think I would have preferred the Void, because then we would have seen Heimerdinger make a turret that does more than shoot bubbles. That would have been wonderful. Hey, why don't we see the one thing Heimerdinger is known for? Building turrets. No? You can't do that? Well, okay. Alright. I'll go sit in the corner and cry a little bit then. That's literally... It's gonna sound stupid, but I feel if you've played enough Heimerdinger, you'll understand that all I wanted to see was my bro make one damn turret. That was it. That was it. That's all I wanted to see. But no. Instead, he makes a interdimensional time and universe teleporting machine over a turret. Thanks, guys. But yeah, I thought the location where the three had been zippy-zappied away to would kind of set up more than just the fact that there are alternate universes, which, I mean, of course you can infer that with all the skins in the game and how radically different they are than just a different costume. But yeah, look, it is what it is. You know, guys, not much we can do about all of that. Oh my gosh, we've got another theory of mine. Isn't that crazy, folks? Oh dear. Why is Garen here? So Ambisa / Noxus will fight Piltover, hence the shot in the teaser trailer of her killing enforcers, which by the way is absolutely whack. And Caitlyn will enlist the aid of Noxus's old rival Demacia. So it is really crazy, especially with how we see the show go. Like in the teaser trailer, there is a shot from the final fight with Ambisa killing enforcers, and it's like, wow, you seriously put, why, first and foremost, are we using any shots from the final episode in the trailers is beyond me, but why you would put a frame of Ambisa killing enforcers when for most of the season Ambisa is working with Piltover is a little bit wacky quacky. Like, way to spoil things, guys, in your bloomin' trailers. But, yeah, look, so I thought with the coming invasion of Noxus, it would have just been a cool little thing for the fans where Caitlyn or someone, you know, reaches out to someone else. Because, again, the Hex Gates are connecting them to the rest of Runeterra for trade and commerce. So it's just kind of crazy that, you know, from Season 1, they've set out this far, far reach throughout all of Runeterra. There isn't a single place in all of Runeterra that is like, oh, you mean the city that provides us with half of our commerce through basically instantly transporting our and their ships to our city is under attack by Noxus? Well, me oh my, we best do so. You know, like, nothing. And that's what Piltover is doing. They are blasting their airships with the Hex Gates, so then they have much wider and quicker access to the rest of Runeterra, unless the idea is that they only did stuff with Noxus, which is whack and cray-cray. Whack and cray-cray. But no, of course not. No Demacia, no Ionia, nothing like that, which if they did go down that path, it would be an easy way to set up or seed spin-offs or future shows, but here we are, folks. Here we are. My theories, Season 2, Act 3, bro. What's this? Oh, well, this I was actually kind of, because they had almost this ready to go, which is super unfortunate, but during the conflict between Piltover and Zorn, which I put lol because, yeah, that lol, clearly they work together, guys. There is no conflict. Clearly they worked together to fight Ambisa. Okay. During the conflict between Piltover and Zorn, we will see a match of League of Legends. So both cities and the bridge or bridges will be used as lanes, each city's soldiers used as mobs, and a 5v5 matchup between hero characters that we've set up, or potentially using Noxus and Demacia to pump up the numbers if required. But yeah, even if you don't go as crazy as that, where you have the bridges and then both cities, and let's say Goodness me. You could have like the Academy acting or the Hex Gates acting as the is it the no, not inhibitor. What's the thing, the main kind of core thing in League that you go for? It's kind of escaped my brain. But you know, you've literally got a League match in a map ready to go. Both of these cities, the bridges, or if it's just on the bridge, you have like a quote-unquote ARAM match. Super unfortunate. Again, as I said, they were like almost there. They were almost there at the end, but no, we couldn't possibly do that, because even though, you know, if I was watching season 1, I would never in a million years guess that this was where the finale would go, right? Like this big bombastic conflict between this 5v5 matchup. But with the way season 2 was going, I was thinking, wow, okay, they're doing a little bit more, they're going a little bit bigger, a little bit more bombastic, not quite as grounded and tragic as season 1. So maybe they are leading to this. Maybe they are leading to this 5v5 matchup between the cities. And again, you've got the enforcers, you've got the Zornite goons who can act as mobs, you've got the lanes. You can set up a bunch of kind of important areas that act as like inhibitors and nexus, and yeah, unfortunate. Anyway, didn't go down that path, and hey, look, you know, as I said, 'tis what it is. Nothing we can do about that. Alrighty, so, we got another. My goodness. Oh. Captain Timo, ready for freaking duty, man. I'm freaking here. I'm gonna poison, like, literally everybody, bro. So Heimerdinger will somehow access the Spirit Realm, or Bandle City, to enlist the aid of other Yordles to help save Piltover, or even Runeterra from Calamity, which it's like, nah, bro. He just dies. Bro just straight up is dead. Like... it is funny. It is so funny. And it's also interesting as well to see people argue about this online. Because again, like, people will say, well, Heimerdinger nobly sacrificed themselves. And then other people will be like, no, Yordles can't die. They're da-da-da-da-da. And then people will be like, no, Heimerdinger is actually dead. They're like, no, you just don't understand the lore and the canon. And it's like, well, if they wanted that to be lore and canon in the show, they need to, like, mention it in the show. And yeah, as I said in my episode 7 video, I think it's hilarious. Everybody jumped up and down. Oh, Yordles are immortal, guys. Yordles are immortal when Heimerdinger sacrifices himself. But when Smeech is killed by Savfk, no one talks about Yordle immortality. No one talks about the Spirit Realm. Probably because you wanted to see them die. Or you just didn't care about the character. And then, like, basically when Heimerdinger dies, the cope is, well, he's immortal, it's fine, instead of, yeah, these writers messed up. Like, that is the answer. That's the easy answer, but it's too difficult for some people, so it's like, no. Heimerdinger and Smeech are puffing galaxy gas, up in Bandle City, having a good time. Isha's there, everyone's having a good time. Unfortunate. Delicious coffee. Hashtag delicious coffee. I need to grab just a moment. One moment, please. One moment, caller. That's where I put it. Oh my gosh. That is so crazy. Oh, I was looking for that for ages, and I left it over there because I'm a buffoon. A buffoon and a buffook. Okay. So, yeah, obviously, no setup to or allusion to Bandle City or the Spirit Realm. Like, I, again, thought that's where what we were going to see, almost. But, no, they just don't mention it. They don't even reference it. And then they kill Heimerdinger, which is, yeah. I've raged about that enough. This isn't a rage stream, guys. This is a ha-ha, hee-hee, isn't that funny stream. Oh, that's sad. Caitlyn, oh my jinkies. Caitlyn kills or wounds Jinx, driving Vander / Warwick mad. He then kills or wounds Caitlyn, forcing Vi to put him down. I think that would have been beautiful. Truthfully beautiful. Again, you can play with many things there. You've got ins and outs. Caitlyn doesn't have to kill Jinx. She could just wound her. Or if you want Jinx to do something grandiose, noble, even, it could be Caitlyn that pulls the trigger on that. Vander/Warwick, of course, would still be Vander/Warwick and not a mindless bloody drone serving Victor, because I'll tell you, I didn't see that coming. I'll let you know that much. Oh dear. He then kills or wounds Caitlyn, forcing Vi to put him down. Yeah, so I think that would have been interesting that, you know, when he was his quote-unquote first death, quote-unquote, was from Powder/Jinx, and then his second death, quote-unquote, would be from Vi. It would have been a little bit more interesting than Powder accidentally blows him up, and then Jinx intentionally blows him up. I like because I'm a big Vander guy. I do like that Jinx does that, because it's also, not only is she sacrificing herself to save her sister Vi, she's doing it to save Vander, who is now, again, a mindless drone. So, I like that. I like that. Don't get me wrong. But yeah, I think it would have been a little bit interesting, right? That you have both daughters. And I mean, what's the Silco quote? There's nothing more undoing than a daughter. It's like, yeah, clearly he means that your daughter is going to kill you. Because that's also what happens to Silco. Again, cycles of violence and such. Smart writing themes, quote unquote. But no, I just kind of thought we were heading in a kind of bittersweet, tragic stuff instead of, oh, that's sad. JK, Jinx is alive. Didn't you see the pink flash, guys? And oh my gosh, look at that. There's also a yellow flash. So maybe Vander's alive too, with /Warwick. And it's like, why would you do... Why are you trolling your audience, making them go, oh, that's sad, Jinx is dead, and then, haha, JK, just trolling, there's a little pink flash. Yeah, it's a little bit, okay. Like, even Jinx's bomb looks sad when she goes to blow Vander up. And it's like, they animated the bomb to look sad, and then it's like, JK, she's fine, actually. She's on the airship, you know, like she said. Ooh. Oh my goodness. Like the Titanic, we're up against the first iceberg. So, there are a couple icebergs in regards to Arcane theories. We're going to look at one. We've got a whole bunch of stuff to go through, so if we have more time at the end, we'll maybe look at some more, maybe one more. But we'll see. We'll see how we go for time. So, the first iceberg is... I hope that's legible. Let me see how it looks on stream, because I'm obviously looking at my PowerPoint. Oh, that's okay. That's all right. That's not bad. Okay, so we will start with the basically canon section all the way at the top, all the way at the tippy top. So this is basically like canon. So yeah, this is like, there's no real contention here. I believe this was put together, I think it was at least a year before season 2 came out. At least 8 months, I know that. Most, if not all, of the theories and stuff that I got were about 8 months ago, which I think lines up with the first trailer for season 2. That's when a lot of people went onto Reddit and started going, oh, I think this, I think that, XYZ, XYZ. So, basically canon, we've got Vi and Caitlyn, which, yeah, of course, like, this is no theory. Kate Vi, like, is set up in season 1. Like, it's happening. It's gonna happen. And then it happens. And even, you know, some Kate Vi people are a little bit like, ugh, that's not how I wanted it to go. But I still love watching Vi... Minge. Anyway, Powder is Jinx forever now. of course, basically canon. Again, we're lining up with the character to the game, so Jinx, is never going to return to Powder as she was. But even, it's almost a fallacy that, because Powder, again, one of the things that I dislike greatly about Powder's character in the episode 7 is that Powder already was a very traumatized young girl with attachment issues. It wasn't, the tragedy after tragedy after tragedy, and then being raised by Silco is like the tipping point. There was a lot of stuff already there. So yeah, I think as soon as Powder, found her parents' corpses on a bridge, she was kind of not on a good path, yeah? So pieces off the table. Of course, this is in reference to the assault on the Council of Piltover. Piltover were, of course, voting for independence for Zorn. Let me just have a quick little munch on, what is this? A baked oat. Oh my goodness. I hope you like baked oats, guys. One moment, please. Oh, that tastes fucking terrible. Holy shit. Oh. Oh, that was that was delicious, guys. Oh. So pieces off the table. So yeah, this is obviously in reference between Piltover and Zorn. Again, even things like this, it's like clearly setting up the class conflict between the two cities, which doesn't go anywhere because turns out peace is very much on the table, guys. All we need is for Techno Jesus to go a little bit cray-cray and try and assimilate the entire world of Runeterra into his robo army. That's all we need for peace, guys. Literally all we need. Ugh, yikes. So what Jace x Mel is in their relationship, which is basically canon, except JK, they break up. Sorry, boy. Sorry, pal. Not canon no more. Unfortunate. But I really like their relationship quite a lot. So super unfortunate that happened. But yeah, it happened. They split, and I don't think they'll be getting back together anytime soon. Mel has piddly-poddlied off to Noxus and seems to be wanting to take the Medada role, but also hunt the Black Rose, which, yeah, understandable, truthfully. Understandable. Alright, let's have a look here. What's that? Give me about 60 seconds. I just need to quickly go grab something outside in my teehee timeless void. I'll be right back, folks. Right back. Alrighty tighty. Yes, also, if y'all noticed, with my last two streams, the copyright bots went Absolutely balmy. So, my 10-hour stream is now 9 hours, and my 11.5 hour stream is now like 8 hours. So, yay! But that's fine. You play with fire when you go scene by scene in a show. Tis what it is. Absolutely fine. Anywho. So yeah, Jason Mal again. It's kind of funny because yes, of course they are in a canon relationship. Until they aren't, because yeah. Thanks, Amanda. Thanks, Amanda. Thank you. Really awesome. Can't wait to see your take on, was it Greek mythology? That is going to be yay. We're going to get some Blue Eye Samurai shit in that show, I'm telling you, and it's going to be very cringe, but you know, we'll see. Okay, so under very likely, we have Caitlyn's mum is dead, which, yeah, again, this was put together post season 1, so the explosion happens right at the end, so I think it's easy to infer that most, if not all, the people in that room are dead, except for, of course, Victor and Jace, because, you know, they are game characters and they haven't gotten to the stage that they are at the game. So basically the way that I looked at the in-game characters is once they are at the point that they match their in-game character, they no longer have plot armor and can easily die, because I don't think the summoners in League of Legends requires a character to be quote-unquote alive to be summoned in. They can be historical characters, many of them are literal undead, so I think, you know, there's a lot of fun stuff to do there. So we've also got under very likely Sheriff Caitlyn. Again, you know, Sheriff Caitlyn, like the enforcer she is, or the huntress she is in the game. Marcus obviously being dead, her being inspired by Sheriff Grayson. Yeah, it all matches up quite nicely. And of course, we instead of Sheriff Caitlyn, we get quote unquote dictator Caitlyn, which she is a lesbian, so she doesn't take dicks, guys. We need to stop calling her a dictator or a dictator. Very homophobic, okay? We've got Jace is alive under very likely. Again, as mentioned, if a character isn't lining up with their game character yet, they have a lot of plot armor. And we've also got Savfk will run Zorn, which I'll be frank, I'm not sure where that comes from. I never, ever once saw Savfk as a leader or a ruler. I saw Savfk as very competent muscle, a very competent right hand. But yeah, I thought if anything, she would be working with someone else. But that's fine. This iceberg maker didn't believe that, and yeah, pretty on the money. Pretty on the money. So under probably, we've got Echo had a crush on Powder, which of course is just time bomb stuff that was tossed around on, like, when season 1 episode 1 aired, and they saw that Echo and Powder were both young kiddies that knew each other. Again, every time bomb fan went absolutely crazy when they saw that. So yeah, probably, yeah, likely, yeah. And then he goes to an alternate universe, takes over a stranger's body, and then tries to mac with her. And it's like, yucky, icky, picky, what are you doing? What are you doing, Echo? That's disgusting. So we've also got Warwick is Vander. Of course, again, all you need to hear is, oh, you're Vander, the Hound of the Underground. And it's like, well, that's Warwick. Again, in a poorly or even averagely written show, you might not even take that as foreshadowing. You might think, oh, do they not know that that's Warwick's tagline? You know, like if it was any other show, it would just be, oh, they made a mistake. But with this show, it's like, oh, no, that is, you know, once you understand the caliber of writing in season 1, it's like, oh, no, that is obvious foreshadowing, and they've done it so well. It's literally before, basically Vander is introduced as that. You get his name and then that tagline, and it's like, oh, okay, makes sense, perfect. So we've got Echo and Heimerdinger invent the Z drive, which is kind of whack to me, a little bit, because it's a friggin' time machine, but fine. Like, we're dealing with, it's a fantasy show. We're dealing with hex tech. I think it would have been a little bit more, believable if Heimerdinger and Echo made the Z Drive in our universe, in the Academy, with access to all of Heimerdinger's equipment and manpower, and it wasn't basically like made in a in a basement, with powder, which, look, love her to bits. She's a great little inventor. Yes, she can make bombs and stuff, but there's a difference. There's a difference between tinkering with a bomb and creating a time machine. Yeah. Anyway, but yeah, I just thought it would have been a little bit more believable if we already were in the world with hex tech and Heimerdinger wasn't fully against it, but here we are. They make an interdimensional teleporter machine and a time machine, all in a basement with nuts and bolts, basically. It's like, oh, okay. Alrighty. We've got the Glorious Evolution, which of course we would. That is core to Victor's character. Even if it didn't have to go that far. All that was required was his quote-unquote glorious evolution in his peace plantation, and then Jace just comes in and wrecks everything. But they threw away automatons for some reason. Again, we're dealing with a fantasy show. I don't know why. We just threw away the automatons. Like, Bolbook isn't even an automaton. He's like a gas, right? If you guys didn't know that, Bolbook is like a gas creature, and the machine that you see him is just like his gaseous form moving all the bits and pieces of that machine body. Super cool. Like, don't get me wrong. Super, super cool idea, especially for a race of creatures just being like these gaseous forms that control these like robot shells. But yeah, when you don't do automatons, we miss out on characters like Blitzcrank, which, he's kind of a meme, but also kind of important to some of the characters we have in the show, like Singed and Victor. Anyway. So, again, this is kind of funny because Mel is dead is under probably. Again, I think it was very fair, myself included, to assume that Mel was gone burgers. They set up Ambisa, they bring her into Piltover, and then, her daughter dies from an attack from Zorn using Hextech, and it's like, that gives her every opportunity to do whatever Noxus does in situations like this. And she would have the moral bloody high ground because they killed her daughter, but no. Actually, it's Mel is alive is under the maybe, because again, that would be like that shouldn't be the case, but here we are. So so under maybe we've got Enforcer Vi, which I don't know why that's under maybe. I really don't know why that's under maybe, because that's kind of almost core to her game character, so that should be very likely more than anything. Anyway, Singed's daughter is Oriana. Like, again, you've got little seeds here and there for stuff like that to happen, in Oriana's lore and Singed's lore. Mama Madada takes over Piltover, and again, like, that just works, that Ambisa would, I don't know why this person didn't just refer to her by her name, Mama Madada. Her name is Ambisa. You'll be with her one day before you realize she isn't that girl anymore, babes. So Ambisa takes over Piltover, or Zorn, or both. And there needs to be some kind of uprising. Again, it's just, that's what Noxus does. And for them to introduce Noxus as a faction and then just be like, no, she's just this rogue general that's looking for bloody weapons, and the Black Rose is against her, and XYZ. It's just, what are we doing, man? Like, Noxus are the big, they're baddies. Sure, Swain thinks he's doing the right thing, but to the average person who lives in a city or Empire that Noxus takes over, they are shit. Like, that's how it is. The Noxians believe they're the best, and in some cases, they are the best in regards to warfare and such, until they came across Demacia, of course. But, yeah, kind of a waste of an entire faction, in my opinion. Like, the Medardas could have been from bloody Bilgewater, and it just would have been like, yeah, they're greedy and they're here for bloody weapons, you know, not Noxus, that are like, yeah, we want to take your land and your borders and expand our empire. Thanks for the hex gates. That's going to allow us to spread our influence even further. No. It's actually just about weapons. It's about joining up with the magic techno-Jesus to assimilate all of Runeterra. What? And it's a strange plan you've got there, babe, but okay. So yeah, Mel is alive under May because, again, it was like, yeah, she has the shimmery shimmers, you know. Yes, she's got the shimmer going on when the missile comes, but what does that mean? Again, when we saw it, it's easy to say with hindsight, oh, it's this magic thing, it's this, that, it's the other. But no, with hindsight, it's, 2020. When you watch it at first, the thing you infer is, oh, she's getting a warning that something, like she has something that warns her that danger is approaching. Something like that. And then maybe you could think, well, maybe Jace has his hammer with him, and he pops the shield, and somehow, he protects Mel, but then Victor gets caught up in the explosion, and that forces Victor to, put technology inside him, and blah, 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 and change his form, and blah, 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 blah. No. No. Mel and Jace just teleport into each other's arms, and Mel uses her innate magical ability to protect everyone, or to protect him, I should say. Sorry. You will see that there is a lot of theories in here that don't involve Mel being magic at all, until, of course, the Blood, Sweat, and Tears music video came out, which was, they literally had to put that out before the show came out to be like, see guys, see, Mel's magic. She's been blessed by Kindred and now has magical powers. Okay. Also under maybe we've got Jace and Victor, or Cjbeards. Of course we do get not that proper in the show, but we get all the imagery that every Cjbeards fan could ever desire. So it's basically canon, unfortunately, depending on how you look at things. Oh, that's cringe. I put part 1 twice. Oh my god, I should just retire. My goodness me. So under probably not, we've got Jace is dead. Probably not. Again, as I've said, I think it is fair to assume that every game character had plot armor until they become their game character, then they can die at any time. The crows are swains, which is interesting. Like, again, I didn't see, but I just saw murmurs online where, we see the crow at the end in the finale, and it's like, oh, that's Swain's crow. And then someone that works for the show was like, actually, no, actually not. Actually, it's not that. And it's like, well, what is it then? Is it Fiddlesticks? Like, what the hell are we doing? Who else could it possibly be? But no, like, definitely. Again, I can't confirm that is 100% what someone said. That's just what some murmurs online and a lovely chatter in the stream had told me. But they could be lying, of course. But like 100%. I think the only reason they wanted to backtrack on that is they probably realized, like, oh, the next show is probably going to involve Noxus, and we potentially need to show the rise of Jericho Swain. So we need to kind of go, oh, actually no, that's just a mutant crow that got into the shimmer, and now he's got 17,000 eyes. It's normal. Have you never seen The Simpsons? Guys, it's just nuclear radiation. Come on, y'all. Again, it's just one of those things where it's like they clearly set all of that up, and then they just 180 because they're like, oh, actually, oh, no, we need to save that. Guys, come on. We've also got under probably not, Caitlyn's mum is alive. So yeah, again, this was clearly put together very soon after, or at least within the months of season 1 finishing. So of course they were like, well, yeah, Caitlyn's mum's probably dead, which would mean Caitlyn would become the matriarch of the Kiraman estate, which would mean she'd become the huntress, which would mean she'd probably become the sheriff, etc., etc. It all kind of builds up together. And then we've got, under probably not, Echo and Jinx will actually happen, which it's funny because that's true and not true, right? Because the time bomb does happen in an alternate universe, which has no real effect on our universe. Yes, Echo brings the Z drive back, but it doesn't have any actual development with their relationship, even though the writers would like to think that it somehow magically does, because Jinx goes from wanting to blow Echo up after their fight to the death to, yeah, I'll hear you out, and yeah, I'll let you paint all over my titties. Like WTF. Like dubs TFs, bruvs. Pretty yikes, pretty cringe, pretty uh-oh, pretty, huh? Anyway, did you watch the show? We've got Silco is alive. What? Who was saying that? I guess there were some people that thought, and I cannot remember the name of the character, but there was a small fringe of people that were like, oh, Silco is actually this character from the game. Cannot for the life of me remember who they were referring to, but it was like, absolutely not. There would be one element if we went down the automaton glorious evolution cult. You know, there could be an element of Victor putting some remnant of Silco into some automaton, maybe. But like alive, nah. Most assuredly not. Again, that's probably why it's in the did you watch the show section. We've got Caitlyn and Jace, which again, we talked about this in the shipping stream. Gross, icky picky. Jace is like Caitlyn's older brother, and quite a bit older as well. Like, she is a young girl in the start of the arc. Arc 1 of Season 1, and Jace is like 25, so kind of gross. Sorry. Again, like, Jace has been the Kiraman ward for how long? So not only is it this older brother relationship, but it is also, one is much older than the other, and the other is not of age. So it's like, yeah, again, this is like George R.R. Martin's Arcane. Goodness me. And we've got Marcus was a good dude, which, Well, look, you know, Marcus's daughter probably thinks he's a good dude. A lot of Marcus's co-workers probably thinks he's a good dude. It's that simple. There were probably a number of council members who thought Marcus was a good dude. Simple as that. Sorry. Again, Season 1, especially of Arcane, plays in the grey more than the black and white. Marcus is an actual character with layers, with a lot of stuff going on. Yes, he did terrible things. Yes, he's a terrible guy. Yes, he's a villain. He's corrupt. But gee willikers, you know what? He cared about Piltover until, you know, he was bribed not to anymore. But again, like half of... and I talk about this in my Drop Plots stream, the fact that there was never a shimmer drug crisis in Piltover when there was a shimmer drug price crisis in Zorn, it speaks a lot. It speaks a lot. Remember, you know, replace shimmer with Fent, and you can kind of see where I'm going with that. So is Marcus a good dude? No. No, he's corrupt. He's a villain in many regards. But did he do a good job? That's the question. Piltover doesn't seem much worse off after Marcus took over, like Zorn does, right? It's just interesting to me, because again, it's one of the fallacies of Silco's character, which I absolutely love, as he's all about Zorn and unification and the united undercity of Zorn, darling. But then he works and acts to poison both the people of Zorn and its industry by basically revolving it around drugs or a drug. And then he gets a lot of his populace hooked on said drug instead of flooding the neighbouring city of Piltover with it. Maybe that's because Marcus didn't allow that. Again, I don't know. It's all just headcanon nonsense. But it is interesting because, yes, I did watch the show. And yes, Marcus was not a good dude, quote unquote. But, you know, he wasn't that bad. He was just corrupt. And he had a daughter that he wanted to protect. And he cared about the safety and security of his city and his people. Simple as that. He was just following orders, guys. Oh, I don't know what this is. Singed's daughter is Rio. Let me look that up quickly. Rio. League of Legends. What is a Rio? A Rio de Janeiro. Oh my goodness. I didn't even know that salamander thing had a name. Oh my gosh. Okay. So Rio is like the pink salamander that he gets the mutation from for Shimmer. Rio is a pivotal yet enigmatic creature featured in Arcane, whose biological properties are central to the creation of Shimmer. Yep. Rio plays an essential role in Singed's experiments, representing the intersection of nature and science, as well as the ethical boundaries Singed is willing to cross in his pursuit of knowledge. Oh. Well, gee willikers, how many times have I watched and researched this show, and I didn't know the little salamander had a name, and its name is Rio, and it's a girl. Oh, that's cute. That's cute. Despite Rio's unique regenerative powers, its eventual fate is tragic. Singed's experiments push the creature beyond its limits, with the creature showing signs of pain and exhaustion as its body is continuously, why would you do that, webpage, you bastard, is continuously subjected to Singed's harsh testing. While Rio's role is critical in the creation of Shimmer, it also serves as a symbol of the broader theme in Arcane, the sacrifice of the innocent in the name of power and progress. My goodness. Wow. Okay. So then the crackfic is Singed's daughter is Rio. That is interesting. Like, obviously it's like how on earth would that have occurred? But that is interesting. I like the idea, and if not just in metaphor form. Love the idea. Heimerdinger was the gimp suit Yordle. We've never had an answer to that, have we? And again, that also plays, well, clearly he wasn't, because he goes to Zorn and he's like shocked at everything that's happening in Zorn, right? So he clearly hasn't been to Zorn in quite some time. But it just plays into the fact of, yes, the gimp suit Yordle is a spirit realm dweller who resides in Bandle City alongside Corky and Lulu. Yeah, okay. That kind of, yeah. Like, again, even the harsh / evil, quote unquote, / rough around the edges Yordles are still cutesy wootsy silly billies. Like, again, like, it's just what they are. So it's just so weird that, again, Arcane wants to play in the grey so much that it creates these like really rough around the edges Yordles like Babette and Smeech, and the gimp suit Yordle and the Fight Club running Yordle. Like, again, these do not seem like spirit realm Yordles to me. This seems like just the invention for Arcane to make them less black and white, which is what it is. When you do that, you kind of destroy a lot of canon, but As long as you continue with the canon that you've created, it's chill. It's chill. Which is why Heimerdinger is dead. What? Caitlyn and Clegger. What? 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 Caitlyn and Clegger ship. Where does this come from? Where I'm just trying to see if there's anything online about that. League of Legends shipping wiki. Oh, I don't want to open that. Yeah, it's all just coming up with Clagger and Milo ships. Maybe, 4 years ago after season 1, this was something that people were talking about. But Caitlyn and Clagger, what? They would have never met, ever. Not once, not one time. What? Alright. Oh, my delicious coffee is cold. Ugh, let me pour that out for 1 moment, please. Oh, terrible. Disgusting. Disgusting. Alright. Yeah, Caitlyn and Clagger. I don't know what people were smoking when they came up with that, but hey, look, it's better than Milo and Clagger, I guess. And then we've got Milo is alive and in Imagine Dragons. Hey, wouldn't that be something? Milo survived and now he's an international music sensation, and he inspired Heimerdinger to become Bob Dylan in the alternate universe. Isn't that beautiful? Isn't that wonderful? And at the bottom of the iceberg here, we have Vi and Heimerdinger. Weimerdinge. Oh, it's perfect. It's perfect. Weimerdinge. It's perfect. I'm not going to complain against that. Hey, that's all you need for a ship to work, is to have a name that works and the ship works. But oh my god, Vi and Heimerdinger. No thanks. That is insane. Insane. We've also got Victor is Azora High, which, hey, listen, if Victor does technically, quote-unquote, kill, quote-unquote, Jace. Yes, he zip-zaps himself away at the same time. But, oh my gosh, what if, guys, when Victor zip-zaps Jace away, that counts as sacrificing his lover, and then he teleports into the Song of Ice and Fire universe with the flaming sword, and he becomes Azora High. It makes sense. That makes perfect sense. It makes perfect sense. Jace is Nisa. Guys! It's perfect! Oh my god. And again, you got Wizard Victor, who has manipulation, can zip-zap people into different universes. Bro, it's actually perfect. This should be at the top of the iceberg. It's just obvious. When you read it, when you see it, it's like, oh, it's so confronting. Jace is Nisa. Victor is Azora High. Victor is the savior of Westeros. Done. George, get on it. I know you've been struggling to finish your 2 books, mate, but here's your ending right here. Techno Twink Jesus appears with a flaming sword. Oh, God. Matilda shot JFK. I'm going to need some help with that one. Matilda. What? Matilda Arcane. Who are you? I don't think this is the right... What is this? Oh. Was a woman who died... Wait, is this... Wait, this can't be the right wiki. I think this is for Arcane, like, Magic. Matilda. Arcane Season 1. Oh my god, is Matilda... Hold on. This is troll. This is absolute troll territory. I cannot believe my name's Matilda and my mother, oh my god, alright, so that's a bit of a shit post. I legitimately was like, am I missing a character? No. I know every goddamn character in the show. What the hell are we talking about? So, Matilda shot JFK. We know that Matilda and Caitlyn are two different people. We already know that, guys. We know that. They are two completely separate people. They just look very similar. Matilda obviously has a crazy accent. Hey, bro, G-Key, how we doing? I'm a old man. What does WSG mean? I'm so sorry, bro. I'm an elderly man. I don't know any of this kid speak. Goodness me. So Matilda, obviously she's got the farm country bumpkin accent. What's good, well, we've got a lot of good stuff going on here, my friend. We've got a lot of good stuff. We're talking about theorems. Talking about all the good, the bad, and the kind of cringe theories that came out before Arcane Season 2. See if anyone was kind of onto it. What about yourself, bro? Did you sell many of those mechanical keyboards? Or at least how did that ASMR video go for you? But yes, no, so Matilda, you know, she's a bit of a country bumpkin. Again, she looks like Caitlyn, but obviously they're two completely separate people. Everybody knows that. And, you know, in Season 2, we are opened up to the idea that people can zippity-zappity into other dimensions. Again, it works for Victor as Azora High. So what happens if Matilda is sent to our real world and, you know, she's zapped right behind the grassy knoll? Oh my god, it all makes sense, my god. And then we're on to Jinx and Silco, which is miserable. That's just absolutely horrendous. It kind of tanked as expected. It was just fun to get out there, so no big deal. Oh, look, I mean, hey, that's the major thing, you know. That's the main thing. It's always nice to experiment as well. As I said to you when you mentioned it, like, there are plenty of people out there that just adore the sound of mechanical keyboards, right? So it is very niche, of course, but yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, bud. The other video I uploaded, that was my actual content, did quite well. 25k or so for views. Good man, good boy, good stuff. Obviously, just a bit of Valorant gameplay. I'm one of them. Because, well, again, like, you probably only thought of making that video because you enjoy that sound so much, right? And yeah, maybe you just kind of... I don't know if it's even worth considering making a side channel on that. Because again, like, your audience are probably wanting to watch your Valorant stuff with the music. Maybe there's potential for a small little niche side channel for something like that. I don't know. Good stuff, man. 25k. Good stuff, boy. Good stuff. Very cool. Very cool. So yeah, at the bottom there we've got Jinx and Silco, which is like, dude, horrendous. Like, again, we're not even going to talk about age here, because there is potential that Jinx is underage throughout the majority of Arcane, right? So just do bear that in mind, my shipping friends. But Silco is her daddy. Sorry if you don't like that, but Silco is her daddy. So that is icky. Icky, yucky, not a fanny wanny. Alright. I'll have to, Geeky, I'll have to check out the latest video, see if there's any good music in there for me to steal, bro. What do you stream on? For whatever reason, I've tried it twice. First time it went alright, but second time I goofed my settings up on OBS, and now I can't seem to get good FPS on stream. I just use Streamlabs, bro. I've just got, so this is Streamlabs with the source is just a Keynote PowerPoint presentation. So super basic, but I am running it on a laptop. So I'm sure with your rig, you could probably get something quite a bit meatier going. And I guess it's also about the latency you set as well. Like mine is on low latency, so there's like a 4 or 5 second delay, I believe, which kind of keeps things a bit smooth as well. I'm also on streaming through a wireless connection, so I've got a lot of preventions there. It's on a laptop through a wireless connection, but it still seems to do pretty well. My assumption with yours, even though you've probably got a much better rig than my dinky little laptop, potentially it is just like capturing that gameplay that's been causing issues. I've been thinking about dipping into synthwave music to get that 80s vibe. Oh yeah, bro. Absolutely. There's some, I mean, as you'd know, awesome tracks out there with some like really sick synthwave in there. Yeah, I think they'll do well, especially if you give it like the video itself, like an 80s aesthetic through editing or filter or however you'd like to do it. That'd be quite cool. I've got some decent hardware. I think I just screwed my settings on OBS. Yeah, Streamlabs, like, again, I've never used it for any, like, the most, I'd say the most, like, intensive stream that I've done through Streamlabs was my last streams, when I was, like, showing the episodes through iMovie and going through and zooming in at places and doing that sort of thing. It's probably the most, like, intensive stream I've done. And from what I see, or what I've seen, it looks really good. It's very smooth in most places. So yeah, I think Streamlabs is good. It's probably built for that, where I wonder if OBS is more built for offline recording, where Streamlabs also has offline recording as well, so that may be a switch out that you do. Just use Streamlabs in general. Plus, I've never used OBS, but I've been very impressed by Streamlabs, how customizable everything is. It's pretty good. I quite like it. But no, I think it's definitely worth, especially with your audience, people that just enjoy watching your gameplay and listening to music and your odd commentary every now and then. I think streaming would go super well for you, bro. I mean, you're already set up. Obviously, you've got the numbers to get your super chats and everything like that. It'd be a nice little side income for you whenever you do a stream. Yeah, bro. I think that's definitely the way to go. And definitely just give it a try. Maybe just do a stream of like 1 or 2 games, see how the FPS is. If it's good, you've already got the setup ready to go, and you just whack out a massive, massive stream. Even if, because you're at, let me check here before I start. Oh, sorry, I just knocked the microphone like a fool. That was probably loud. I'm very sorry. Let me have a look here. G key. Here we are. Oh yeah, 14.2k, bro. I reckon what you should do, if you get a good stream setup, once you hit 15k, if you've got the time, of course, do like a massive all-day stream, like a thanks for 15k subs, and then you just do the massive stream, try and fish for a lot of super chats and stuff like that, see how engaged your audience is, and hope for like 10% of your subscriber base to watch it. So if you're at 15k, you know, hope for 1,000. That would be pretty crazy. But even if you get 1%, 100, 150, that would be huge, especially for like early streams. For sure. I play the game off stream anyway, so absolutely, bro. Like literally, if you're just playing and you've got your mic set up, even if you're not super engaged with the audience, you're more talking to your teammates, I think it would go down quite well. And then yeah, you've got the chat there. You just answer questions in the chat. Or you do the typical big balls player thing of just being, I only respond to super chats. If you wish to discuss anything with me, it must be through super chats, you know. Yeah, that'd be fun maybe. I was pulling around 20 viewer with no effort short stream, so I could believe it. Yeah, man. And again, it's also about hitting the right timing. We love rage bait. Everything's a bit of rage bait these days, my friend. But yeah, I think depending on the length as well, you'll just like naturally pick up more and more viewers. I'm sure there's a huge audience out there for Valorant. Also, maybe consider Marvel Rivals. That is huge. I'm sure you know at the moment, even if it's not necessarily your game. If you are fishing for an audience, there are a lot of people out there that love that game, myself included. I really enjoy it. It's a free game. Can't complain with free, right? Alrighty, so we are now looking... so there was somebody on the Reddit called Ancient Hyena 2581, which you will notice later on we block out some of the names of some of these posts, because again, some of them are a bit funny and I don't want anyone, flaming anyone or trolling anyone or anything like that, but this person did a meaty thread with a lot of theories and structured out how they thought Season 2 was going to go. And it was posted 2 days before Season 2 came out, so they had access to every trailer. Plus, of course, you can tell that this individual has a decent amount of League of Legends knowledge. It's come to mind. I just don't know about the editing style I'd pick up for it. Plus, it feels difficult to have an audience if you're not good at the game. Sure. I wonder, because it's that balance, right? And hello, not an anime girl. Thanks for jumping in. Good to see you. It's that balance, right? Because, you don't have to be the best gamer, the best player, as long as you're entertaining, right? I'm sure you notice that with a lot of very big streamers, very big YouTubers. Some of them might not necessarily be the best at the game, but they are very entertaining individuals. So you kind of put up with the not so great gameplay because they're funny or they're engaging or whatever it is. Or you have the players that, they barely give commentary, they're not the most entertaining individual, but their gameplay is incredible and super interesting to watch. So it's whether or not you want to go one side on that scale or the other, depending on your personality, or if you want to try and find a happy balance where, maybe you're not number one MLG quickscoper on Rust, but you are entertaining enough to kind of counterbalance the gameplay. Which, I'm not the smartest person in the world, and I'm talking about movies and TV shows and stuff like that, but I do hope I'm at least slightly entertaining, which makes up for the fact that I'm a dumbass piece of shit. I like to specialize in unique gameplay as opposed to skilled gameplay. Yeah, with a hint of decent personality. Good stuff. That's a nice balance. That's a good balance. And just quickly, not an anime girl. Was it you or Pinsim that recommended Blue Eye Samurai? Let me know if it was you, because I have I have a couple of things to tell you about that. But no, GK. I think that's the way to go. GK, sorry. And I also notice, just from my, not personal experience, because I'm a very tiny, wee little baby channel, but I do notice it is much easier to draw viewers in live streaming on YouTube than it is on Twitch. Feels like Twitch is like, you're pushing up a massive boulder up a mountain constantly just to get a couple of viewers, whereas YouTube, it feels it's almost built for people to discover new live streams, which, something to think about. So this person, Ancient Hyena, they made this massive thread. Oh yeah, I got one, but like literally, like that is Twitch in a nutshell. I feel you sit at 0 viewers forever, and then you get one viewer, and it's like, oh, and then they leave, and it's like, oh. I think like 5 viewers. I think like 5 viewers is already. I didn't recommend it. Oh, is it bad? Okay. I think like 5 viewers is already top 1% or something crazy. Yeah, it's just because there's so many people on Twitch doing the exact same thing constantly. They're either just chatting and it's just them on webcam pissing about, wasting everyone's time because they either aren't very entertaining or don't have anything interesting to say. Or they are just 1 in a million more people playing video games, right? It is so hard to distinguish yourself on Twitch, where I feel YouTube is more, like, you have more options, on YouTube. So not an anime girl. It must have been Pinsum then, I guess, that recommended that to me. So yeah, Blue Eye Samurai. I know this is meant to be talking about Arcane, but it's good because we're at a pause point before the rest of or more theories come in. So this is a good time to have a quick chat about that. I'll go into more detail when the individual that recommended it is here. But man, oh man, what a disappointment, because like I kind of got a little bit hooked in many regards, but unfortunately it is modern, Western, progressive writing, especially in the dialogue, in a what is meant to be a quote-unquote like grounded samurai story in feudal Japan, which is super unfortunate. You get all the tropes in there. You get literally every male character is a disgusting piece of shit loser or an idiot that's played off for comic relief. And every female character is just the bee's knees and just so hard done by. And the thing that always gets me is you have characters in feudal Japan who are talking like they just came out of bloody university in America. And it's like, these people, I'm sorry, wouldn't have the opinion of, oh, a woman's world is the worst, men have everything, and we just have nothing, and it's all terrible. We are either a sex slave to our husbands, or we are literal prostitutes out on the street. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry, but people in feudal medieval settings just didn't sound or say things like that. That's so lame, man. Yeah, and it's really unfortunate because there is some beautiful animation for 3D. There are some scenes that are like, wow, you guys are really, really working your ass off. There are some that are like Berserk 2017 style misery, but there are a lot of beautiful establishing shots. There is some amazing action. It's R18. Or R18 at least where I am in my timeless void. So it is super gory, super gruesome, a lot of blood, a lot of sex as well. Like every goddamn episode there is like a sex scene or they are in a brothel for some reason and everyone on screen is naked. But like there was so much greatness, but yeah, ruined by some absolutely miserable writing and character decisions. And it is kind of cringe. I don't mind the gore, but the sus scene, is rough. Yeah, and it got to the point where, like, the sex scenes are like, why? What is the point? Like, there are times where the sex scenes are important to the characters and the plot, and you know, you're showing like a female manipulate a male through sex, blah blah blah. That works. But then there are times where they just walk into a brothel and everyone's naked and everyone's getting the submission booties, and it's like, what is the point? It sometimes feels like the writers are like, ooh, and then they have sex and it's really cool. GK, sorry. Keep messing up your name. Sorry, brother. I'll be heading out now. We'll always try and pop in here, even if just for a little. Music brings people together. Thank you so much, my friend. Thank you so much for jumping in, having a bit of a chit-chat. Hopefully I'll see you live streaming soon, and I'll jump in and go, tee-hee, ha-ha, how's Streamlabs? But, no, again, thanks for stopping in, man. That's awesome. So Blue Eye Samurai, a lot of cringe. A lot of good stuff, but like too much cringe. There were moments where, and look, this isn't a big secret because they show this off, and it is in the first episode, and it is very obvious off the get-go. But the main character is a woman pretending to be a man, and the voice actress sounds just like a woman, like not even trying to sound overly masculine or in a lower register or anything. It's literally just, I'm a lady, and then every character is like, here boy, come here, and it's like, guys, listen to her talk, look at her face, and you will quickly figure out that is not a man. Anyway, yes sir, cheers, I'll see you there. I'm looking forward to it. Anyway, so that's the brief rundown on Blue Eye Samurai. It is Western fantasy, modern fantasy, injected into feudal Japan. Super unfortunate. super unfortunate. And it's hilarious as well. The big bad guy is a white Irish guy, and he talks about how, don't you know, killing is our industry, it's our best business where I'm from, dar da dar da da. He says that to a feudal Japanese lord. Like, my brother in Christ, this is a warrior society, and you're trying to be like, oh, don't you know where I'm from? Violence and weaponry, that's our main industry. And it's like, yeah, do you realize what island you are on, brother? You do an amazing Irish accent. Oh, well, that's easy. All you have to do is go diddly-dee potatoes, and then you're certainly into it. You just have to have your little line, and then, oh my gosh, it's all so easy. But yeah, I mean, it is just, it's the cringe thing of, oh, white man bad. But then it's like, this is a warrior society, feudal society that enslaves each other and kills each other. Samurai are basically lords that can do whatever they want. Again, y'all are kind of missing the point there, but whatever. White man bad, everybody. If you didn't know, Japan was a lovely, peaceful place until the white man brought muskets. Isn't that... Oh. Okay, so... Back to the stream proper, diddly-dee potatoes. So Ancient Hyena put this great thread onto Reddit with all of their theories. Again, that's so dumb. Yeah, and it's just this modern Western writing where they try and honor Japanese medieval society in many ways in the show that I do appreciate. I really appreciate some of the work that they do, but then everything else is just nonsense. It just throws it all to the side to have some, bizarre, progressive Western ideals. Well, I won't be watching that then. Even though I'm Western, I am as well. If you couldn't tell by the fact that I'm speaking English. It's just always unfortunate. Again, when you're watching this, what seems to be this proper take on the time and the culture, and like a reasonably grounded revenge plot story. And then, it's just like, the only reason why you're writing half of this dialogue is because you think that. Not these characters from this time period think that. It's super unfortunate. But yeah, I cannot recommend it, unfortunately, because there are some great moments, there are some cool episodes, but there are also entire episodes that are absolutely whack. There is an episode where the Blue Eye Samurai, fights like 100 or at least dozens and dozens and dozens of enemies, but then every time she fights someone, it is like 2 or 3 people, and the 100+ other people just disappear for about a few minutes, and then, a few more appear, and then, here's some more. It's so bad. It's so bad. If you want to do a 1 versus 100, you have to actually make it make sense. Otherwise, it is cringe, whack nonsense, and it just makes me miss Berserk even more. Okay, so Ancient Hyena put these theories together, and again, I want to point out that this was 2 days before the show released, so they had access to all the trailers, they have access to League of Legends lore, so if there's ever a moment in these predictions where you're like, how the hell could they have possibly guessed that? It is most assuredly because they picked something up from the trailer and put it together themselves, right? So again, I read the first couple points and thought, shit, there's some good stuff in here. So some of these will be completely new to me, so we'll see. We'll see how we go. All right, so we start the first point with the council. Is that showing up? That should be slightly better. The bottom was just a bit cut off there. Let me pull that down and move that over. Oh god, it either wants to be on one side or the other. God damn you. Anyway, that's fine, I guess. That's chill. It's all chill. Alrighty, so their first point. Who on the Piltover Council survived Jinx's explosion? So they say Jace, Mel, and Victor survived the explosion. However, Victor is heavily injured/scarred, resulting in the need for Hextech cybernetics. Meanwhile, Mrs. Kiriman, Shula, Salo, Hoskell, and Bolbuk will die. As Mbisa said in the trailer, your council is dead. Now, this is just something I want to point out because, again, something that reinforced, much like we see here, but something that absolutely reinforced it for me, that everyone except Jace and Victor was dead, was that exact thing. They edited, and it drove me absolutely insane, because it is absolutely bullshit to do this, because you know what your audience are obviously thinking with the imagery that you show them at the end of Season 1. The actual line in the show is, half your council is dead. But then they edit it to be, your council is dead. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. You literally put in the trailer, oh, your council is dead, but then they edit the line out. That is cringe. That is cringe. Because, oh, what a lovely surprise. Sarlo's still alive? Yahoo! Bro. Horrendous. Horrendous. And then, we have mentioned there of Victor being heavily injured, resulting in the need for Hex Tech Cybernetics, which obviously would be much more in line with his character from the game, the Machine Herald. But obviously, what we missed out there was he turns into Techno Jesus by being fed to the Hex Tech core. This is why I don't watch trailers. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Turn this on. There we go. Yeah. Super manipulative. I didn't watch any of the trailers at all until the final one came out, because I made a video about them. Unfortunately, I thought it would be wise to do that because I'm super into Arcane and I was really excited for the show proper. So yeah, I watched all 3 trailers, made a video about them, and yeah, was wrong with many of my theories, or what I was pointing out in my review of those, or an analysis, I should say, of those trailers. And yeah, that was definitely a big point there. It's like, well, literally the line, your council is dead, is in the trailer. So obviously Jinx's explosion killed all those people, but I guess not. I guess we're trolling. So, next up we've got Jinx. Alrighty. Jinx continues to hallucinate Vi, Caitlyn, Vander, Milo, and Clagger, but now Silco has been added to the people/voices in her head. Love that, love it, love it, but yeah, we only get a 12-second section of that happening, and yes, Vander is... not Vander. Silco has been added, and so has Savfk, and so has Isha. So all 3 of those were added into Jinx's 12-second hallucination, and Vander was removed for some reason. Again, I'm not entirely sure why, but yeah. A couple were added, 1 was removed. Well, that was super easy to predict, though. Which section? This one? Or the last one? Are we talking about Jinx having hallucinations? Because the funny thing is, she didn't. she happened for 12 seconds and then never happened again. Again, the Silco hallucination at the end doesn't count. It's literally like, bloody, he's reaching out from the afterlife and talking to her. It's like way too... it's like one of Vi's hallucinations, right? It's too crisp. It's too real. Too real. Jinx will have to make the other Cjbeards fear and respect her, like they did Silco, before she can lead them into a war with Piltover. Well, unfortunately, no, she just walks by, doesn't give a titty tooty, and she wears a bedsheet as, I guess, her disguise, so she doesn't get caught. And the whole Cjbeards thing just gets absolutely just dropped and tossed aside anyway. Like, again, as the sucker music video, that could have been conflict and drama for an entire season in Zorn. But no, that's just in a music video. And then, yeah, the Cjbeards just either die or disappear, and we never see them again. Okay, glad we set those characters up. All right. Jinx will become a symbol/leader for Zorn to fight Piltover, which even now is still absolutely whack to me because, you know, let's be frank and beans here. Zorn was about to get independence, and then Jinx killed half the council, so I honestly believe half, if not most, of Zornites should absolutely despise her for ruining everything, but it is what it is. Jinx will convert a blimp into a super weapon with the gemstone to attack Piltover. As she stated in Act 1, Season 1, that one day I'm going to ride in one of those. Well, also, again, I do love a lot of people point to that line of dialogue. It's like, oh, it's one of her first lines. Like, one of her first lines is, one day I'm going to ride in one of those. And it's like, well, yeah, one of Milo's first lines is, and I'm going to shoot one down. Does he? No, he dies. So it doesn't mean shit. But, yeah, interesting. Interesting that they saw the blimp in the trailer and thought, oh, Jinx is going to be riding that, and she's going to use it as a converted weapon to attack Piltover, when pretty accurate, except she's doing it to save Piltover. Oh, what? Again, makes no sense, because there's this setup and seeding to a class conflict, to a battle between the two cities, but no, she's actually here to save the day. Oh man, yeah, much prefer that she uses that to attack Piltover. You know, like the start of the Get Jinxed music video where she's like riding on a blimmin' missile into Piltover to blow it up. Like, ugh. No, she's actually a good guy now. Too many people like Jinx, so she can't be a villain anymore. Okay. Oh, whoops. That wasn't really meant to be last, but that's fine. So now we've got Caitlyn Kitterman. Oh, with Marcus's death and Zorn/Jinx on the warpath with Piltover, the council, or whoever is in charge now, will enlist Caitlyn as the sheriff to help with the war effort and provide a sense of safety and security to the people. Kind of half right, except she's the quote-unquote dictator, so she just gives herself ultimate power, and pretty much almost causes like a gosh darn coup by walking into the secret council meeting, and just taking over. Yeah, I feel if the Arcane writers just completely ignored the community, it would have been way better. Or at the very least, here's a hint as well, because this happened to Dave and Dan, dumbass and dipshit from Game of Thrones. If you are writing a show, and that show is worth hundreds of millions of dollars, and years and years and years, like over a decade of work to do 2 seasons, maybe stay off Reddit. You know? Again, maybe don't look at people's theories and go, ooh, I'm going to change that because, ooh, someone guessed what was going to happen online. Or, ooh, I like this ship. Man, this ship is super hot, bro. I'm going to put it in my freaking show. Just stay off Reddit. Stay off some of these social media platforms where you're just constantly flooded with people's opinions about the show, and just focus on writing the show and telling a gosh darn story. Black Tiger Paw, the 4chan theories were better than the actual season. Yes, many theories were, because most theories made sense, because season 1 was very well written and seeded and set up very obvious things, which they just then completely 180. Just quickly, Black Tiger. Again, I'm not 100%. It was one of y'all. I know it wasn't Megan, because she doesn't say, hey, this is a good show, you should watch this. She just likes to laugh at me and say, oh, watch 10,000 episodes of bloody The Pirate Show and it'll be good, I swear. Your weed bro accent is amazing, brother. It reminds me of what Blonde Jace would say. Come on, man. I don't even know what you're talking about, bro. Hex gates, man?
Yeah, okay. As long as it can zap that puffy puff into my lungs, bro, that's all I really care about.
Black Paw, did you tell me? I'm trying to remember who told me to watch Blue Eye Samurai. Was that you? Yeah, blonde Jace.
You know, like, this wizard saved me back in the day, bro, but I'm gonna be completely honest with you, man. Like, I'm just here for the surf. I moved to Piltover because of the waters, man. The surf is just, like, totally gnarly, man. And, like, Heimerdinger grows the best sticky icky, man, bro. He makes that good shit, man.
Because, yeah, Black Tiger, if it wasn't you that told me to watch Blue Eye Samurai, it must have been Pinsim. Must have been the Pinny-simmy. Anyway.
Like, Marcus is dead, man.
So look, again, it seemed obvious that it was heading towards this. Caitlyn gets some powers. She's obviously the matriarch of the Kiraman estate. So she's got a lot of power, influence, and money. And for her to kind of line up more with her Huntress Enforcer character from the game would make sense for her to be the sheriff. But no. Dictator, ruler, queen. Queen! She's the queen of Piltover. Okay. Caitlyn will create a special task force for Piltover's enforcers with Vi as a member. Again, this was clearly because we get all of the shots in the trailer, which they put that bullet point in there over. Caitlyn is on a warpath and is determined to stop Jinx, even if it means killing her. Again, seeded in the trailer, so absolutely understandable. Caitlyn wants revenge on Jinx for killing her mother. Pretty obvious. Caitlyn will shoot off Jinx's middle finger. Goodness me. I think we see in the trailer her little robo finger, so it makes sense that they would assume that that's Caitlyn's doing. But it is quite a good call. Caitlyn's task force attempts to stop Jinx, but fails and ends up killing lots of people, which causes the team to split up. So close, but no cigar, right? Because the task force splits up and then fails, and then the Grey is unleashed in Piltover. Heaps of people don't die, of course. It's just like not great. It's not a fun time. Yeah, but definitely interesting, because again, like one of the miserable elements is they split up their team of like 5 for no good reason at all. Oh, Jinx will smell you coming from a mile away. She'll use your fear against you, bro. She is a human. She is not a ghost. What are you talking about? She'll use your fears against you. Shut the front door. Don't split up. Make it a 5 or a 6v2, and then it's GG's, man. What are we doing? The task force theory should have happened. Would have been way more interesting. Yeah, absolutely. Especially because, again, you've got Loris, who's like, I don't like that Caitlyn's been, like, totally given a promotion, so I'm gonna leave. It's like, okay, what are we leaving for? Maybe if you guys actually failed and it was because of Caitlyn's blind rage, it would have made more sense for this big break, this big split to happen. But no, they just naturally split apart because the writers told them to. Okay. If the task force was like the dynamic of the 2004 Hellboy, that'll be badass. Well, you've even got the fish guy. Put Steb in a tank, and it's done. It's done. You know, Vi's got the gauntlets, Hellboy's got his hands. You've got a robot there, and like, like this personalityless robot, and that's basically Maddie, right? Right, guys? Oh, God. Anyway, I get what you're talking about, though. I get what you're talking about, Black Tiger. But yeah, I would have very much liked to see Caitlyn actually messing up, and people die because of it, and how she has to deal with that, you know. Caitlyn will continue to go after Jinx after her team splits up, which will slowly start having a toll on her. And it's funny because the absolute flip happens. Like, she has her fall from grace in the first few episodes, and then she's just fine. Perfectly fine. No problems. Moving on. Vi, she's pretty hot, so she just cured all my mental icks and irks. OMG, how wonderful, how cringe. With Noxus attempting to take over Piltover, Caitlyn will have to face off both Zorn and Noxus. JK, Zorn is just going to team up with you over the span of 2 minutes through a montage, and everything's going to be great. Oh, that reminds me. Not an anime girl. Blue Eye Samurai. They use... Oh, bro... There is like a few occasions where they use modern music in this feudal Japan story. It blew my brain apart. So at first, they use in the first episode, they use it's a montage type music during a montage. And that's sus. It's what are we doing here? That's a bit off. That kind of takes me out, but that's okay. And then a few episodes later, bro, they use For Whom the Bell Tolls by Metallica. Metallica playing in this feudal Japan story. I couldn't believe it. Oh, God. Pacing actually trips me the hell out. Oh, the pacing, with season 2 is nuts. Each arc is a season. It's a season's worth of content squished down into 3 episodes. And you can tell, it's so obvious. Like rap music for Yasuke from Assassin's Creed. No, not that bad. But there is also a James Bond-esque theme song that plays at one point as well. I couldn't believe it. Oh, yeah, don't get me wrong. Metallica, For Whom the Bell Tolls, it's good music. It's not bad music. It is just entirely inappropriate, especially when it is wrapped up in between actual, on-theme songs and music and a decent OST. And then it's here's a version of For Whom the Bell Tolls with a female covering it, singing in the background. And it's what do we do? You're watching the samurai, slice down other samurai. And it's just, For Whom the Bell Tolls. What were you smoking when you thought that was a good idea? And then, a James Bond-esque theme song playing when she's running through all these traps and so Anyway, we're talking about Arcane. So with Noxus attempting to take over Piltover, Caitlyn will have to face off against both Zorn and Noxus, but as mentioned, JK, Zorn is just going to come onside over a montage, and everything's going to be fine. They're going to happily work with you. What? WTF? And the rap music for Yasuke in Assassin's Creed is insane. Again, there is a element to Western progressive writers that they don't understand how racist they are when they do things like this. Oh, we have a African character? Well, we best have modern rap music and trap beats. Guys, that's insane. My God. And again, they don't even see how that could possibly be considered horrendously racist. They think, oh, it's a bit of virtue. I'm going to signal it to the world. It turns out you're a racist piece of shit. Whoopsies. Yikes. Very cringe. After hearing about Jinx's plan to attack Piltover with the blimp, Caitlyn will focus her efforts on taking down the blimp and facing off Jinx on it. Again, the blimp is Jinx, but she's coming to save the day and save Caitlyn for the second time. Why? Why do we go from Jinx literally seeing the devil in Caitlyn's face, thinking that she's trying to steal her sister, willing to shoot her in the head and pretend, oh, this will make me all better, to, sorry, didn't know your mum was in there. Sorry, I hope you can forgive me, darling. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm just very sad now. This girl that I've known for 2 months died, and I'm just very sad now, and I'm just over it. Bro. It's like the writers didn't even watch their own goddamn show. It's crazy, man. It's beyond cringe. Beyond cringe, guys.
Yikes. Yikes. Yikey quikeys. Alright, so we got Vi. Yahoo! Okay, Vi acquires Clagger's goggles from Jinx's tea party and gets them repaired. No, she just finds them in the arcade. They're just there. And she just finds them on the ground. Oh, it just gets more ridiculous as time passes. I mean, if you're referencing like the writing and stuff, it is infected so many shows and IPs and everything. Like, it is a breath of fresh air when you get half decent writing. Like, it makes you think it's incredible and it's like the greatest thing ever because it's just competent, right? Like, that's, yeah. Anyway. But yeah, hilarious, right? Clagger's goggles. Oh no, they're just on the ground at the arcade, darling. They're just here. Even if they are Clagger's goggles, right? Because you've also got the minor goggles on Isha's hat. So, I don't know. They were just random goggles on the ground, guys. And there's not even a line of dialogue about the bloody things. Oh my god! Vi joins the Enforcers/Wardens, specifically Caitlyn's special task force. Of course, if you know the game, you know that that's going to happen. Vi will have to come to terms that her sister is gone, and for the safety of people both in Piltover and Zorn, she has to be stopped. Yep, you've got dialogue in the trailer that would lead to that, so it makes sense that they put this bullet point in there. And yeah, again, it is hilarious because she does believe that until she doesn't, which is about 5 seconds later, which is kind of crazy. After Caitlyn's task force splits up, Vi will go into the fighting arena to take her pain, frustration, depression, and rage out, while slowly starting to crash out. Yeah. I mean, because we see the sequence in the trailer, so this person is just kind of figure out how Vi gets there. And yeah, it is this funny... And I'm sorry, but it is funny, this downward spiral of Vi's mental state. But yeah, it's just hilarious because it's dealt with in a montage. And Vi, who has been through trauma after trauma after trauma after trauma. Again, the only person that has been through more trauma in the show is Jinx, but they are pretty equal. The only huge difference is Jinx was raised by a manipulative psychopath, and Vi was raised by a prison, right? Super traumatic. And then the thing that sends her over the edge is Caitlyn and her have a spat. Wow. Okay. Alright, whatever. After hearing about Jinx's plan to attack Piltover with her blimp, Vi will get out of her depression and go and stop her. Nah, babe. Vi just helps. Vi is just on her side and helps. Cringe, man. Yikes. What are we doing? What is going on? Oh dear. Oh, we have Victor, aka Techno Jesus. I'm here to save everybody's booties. The rocket Jinx fired at the Piltover Council chambers explodes and heavily injures/scars Victor, resulting in the need for Hex Tech cybernetics. Again, obviously this is going down this path, and I just love... Oh, I just hit the microphone again, I'm sorry. My baby! Yes. Baby Victor, help me! Help me, Black Tiger, poor help me, Jace is trying to kill me! my Javik boo! He's trying to penetrate me, and not in the way that I like! So obviously, if you know the game, Victor, you know that something has to happen to him. Not only his body, but then also being mortally wounded. And again, I just love like this very intense, this very reasonably on point list of theories and events. Again, they're talking about the Hex Tech cybernetics, because obviously everyone wanted to see it go to the Machine Herald. Instead, we got the Hex Tech Arcane Techno Jesus instead, which is whatever. Lol. Lamau and lol. I'm glad one of you is laughing out loud and the other is lamauing. Please hold on to your butt,
black paw. You don't want it to fall off, my friend. Victor becomes a cyborg from Hex tech implants and the use of the Hex core. The Hex core combines and rebuilds Victor with nearby technology like the Hex claw. Nope. Nah. Nah. Actually, he just evolves a bunch of poor people, war concluded, and then sacks them all to become the 8-foot twink techno-Jesus boy, man, creature, the evolved form of Victor. Yeah, it's very miserable, actually. Very, very miserable. Again, I would have loved to see him go down the Machine Herald path. He slowly rebuilds his body with implants and technology, and then the Hex core manipulates all of that as it can, and then, yeah, he becomes the Victor from the game. All those theories means Victor has agency. He literally disappears absolutely for an entire act. Absolutely. I mean, so do a bunch of main characters. They disappear for 3 episodes. Jace, basically. Victor, not Victor, Heimerdinger and Echo, like, literally disappear for 3 episodes, and then Heimerdinger dies. Oh, yay! Yay, off to Bandle City, yahoo! Fucking hell. Oh, dear. Victor will be angered and disgusted. Victor will be angered and disgusted by Jace's involvement with the war with Zorn and start distancing himself from him. Nah, bro. Nah. Or the Hex core tries to manipulate him, but he eventually succeeds and makes it his own rune. That would be metal. Absolutely. And you can go down this warped path of his psyche and him trying to regain control. And, you know, if you put the automatons back in, you can show how the Hex core and the Arcane has manipulated him to create these automatons where he's actually killing these people instead of saving them. And you've got so many avenues you can go down, because yes, you need Jace to come in and put an end to things, which they barely do in the show as well. They barely do that in the show. I was really looking forward to Jace coming in and killing all of these people at the peace, but I thought that would have been hilarious. Oh, no weapons! Huck's like, no weapons! And then Jace blats him like he did Salo, sorry. That would have been... Anyway. That would have been metal. And yeah, look, it's like, again, as you say, like, these theories involve Victor having his own agency. He will be angered and disgusted by Jace's involvement with the war on Zorn, but no, he could not care less. Literally couldn't care less. They saw... But Victor, don't you know? Your fantasy cancer made you beautiful.
What? Really? Oh, wow! Here I thought I was a freak. Oh, I guess maybe, just maybe, imperfections is what makes people.
Bro, Victor, are you retarded? Are you stupido? Of course, man. Why does Jace need to tell him this, bro? He has lived his whole life with a handicap, and he needs Jace. Pretty boy gets Mel, like, without even blinking, boy. Jace needs to tell him that. Really? Are you sure about that? Megan, what are you naiing about? What's up? They took away Victor's confidence too. Yeah, again, it's just like, oh, like, I love the... I love when the Z drive explodes and it, like, pops away some of his face. And it's like don't look at me, Jace. I don't want you to see me like that, you know? And it's like, bro, what are we doing? You're not the friggin' Hunchback of Notre Dame, bro. You are a brilliant genius scientist from Zorn who has worked his way up to be Heimerdinger's number 2 at the Academy. Heimerdinger, the council member, the, like, founder of Piltover. You are his right-hand man. You're not some bloody goober, bro. Fantasy cancer. Well, it is what it is, though, Megan. Unfortunately, 'tis what it is. He's got the black lung. from being in the mines for one day like Zoolander. Simply believed in myself. I'm I'm ugly, I'm a cripple, why won't no one love me? League Victor, I'll make myself a cyborg. Oh, and fuck Jace. Yeah, literally. Like both. Both, fuck Jace and fuck Jace, if you know what I'm talking about. Hey, as I said, I've been wanting to be penetrated by Jace for a while, but then he did it the wrong way. Nearly freaking killed me, man. But, the massive hole in my chest, the imperfection that is the massive hole in my chest makes me beautiful. Isn't that wonderful? I'm the top around here. I don't believe that for 5 seconds. Maybe League of Legends Victor, not this Victor, bro. He's too much of a little Twinkie Binky to top Jace. I'm sorry. Even though Jace is his forehead is magnetized to Mel's lap like a little lap dog, but yeah, maybe. Victor is still haunted by the death of Skye, which pushes him to ensure no one else has to suffer from an early death. Oh no. I was talking about League Victor. Yeah, absolutely. Like, glorious evolution, Jace. You're not looking very attractive. I could make you so much more beautiful. I could fill you with imperfections, brother. Oh dear. And yet, like semi-right? Like, kind of haunted by the death of Skye. Again, we're dealing with the, is Skye? Is it a, manifestation of the Arcane that's, leading him down this particular path? Is it Victor's last remnants of humanity that's slowly fading away? Is it his mind placing someone there because he needs to work with his partner Jace, but Jace is alive, so his mind places Skye there? We don't know. No idea. So to say that he's haunted by her, they seem to get along quite well, and we don't even know if it's her, so... And yeah, it's interesting, suffer from an early death. I guess, again, the whole point of his glorious evolution is the fact that, he is overcoming death as well, which is interesting, at least. Victor creates the glorious evolution religion / cult, which kind of, yes, but super disappointed with how that went. Victor begins bringing the hex core to people who are sick in Zorn and uses it to forcibly... Yeah, okay, so here's the actual lore, which I was waiting for since he was introduced in Season 1, because man, oh man, this would have been an incredible tale to tell. Victor begins bringing the hex core to people who are sick in Zorn and uses it to forcefully, mechanically augment people to either heal them, improve them, or free them from human error. Absolutely. Again, that gives credence for Jace to come in and stop things, because the core word there is forcefully. Again, he might think he's doing the right thing, but the removal of one's choice is paramount in that situation. Let me, before we jump onto the next slide, I'm just going to mute for a moment. Give me about a minute or two. I'll be back. Oh my. Oh my. Alright. Okay, where were we? Yeah, so again, the theory makes a lot of sense because it lines up with Victor's story or his lore from the games, which is really good. Again, like, it is a few paragraphs, and in my opinion, the backstory with Victor and Jace in a few paragraphs is better than what we get in the show. Unfortunate, but that's just how it is. That's life, really. That's life. That's what all the Jaces say. Yahoo! Okay, Jace will urge for war against Zorn after the attack on the council members. Now, it turns out he just doesn't give two shitty witties about any of that. He just cares about his robo-boy. And then gets very sad, and then disappears, and then becomes an entirely different character. And has basically one focus, and that is to kill Victor. Okay. Or put a stop to Victor. Which again, it's like, with the conversation that we see him have with Wizard Victor, like, how does he get to the point where he's like, yeah, I have to kill Victor? Alright, whatever. Jace and Victor will start to dispute about the war between Piltover and Zorn and grow apart. Again, look at how often myself, this individual, other individuals with theories, and even as I pointed out at the start of the stream, the Chinese version of Arcane is called A Battle Between Two Cities. Everyone expected it to go down this path because that's what was set up, but I don't know, I guess the writers pussied out. They didn't want to actually tell an interesting story. They wanted it to be about Robo-Jesus and the Robo-Boys. God. Rennie will, again, this is from the trailer, so it makes sense that they put this in here. Rennie will seek revenge against Jace by using an experimental turbo chem tank to try and kill Jace for killing her son. Ultimately, she will die trying to kill Jace. Sorry, I just had to move my microphone. If that was very loud, I apologize. Yeah, makes sense. Jace will discover what Victor is doing with the Hex Core and attempt to stop him from continuing his work. Barely. Wizard Victor is just like, in every universe, I come to you as a little boy to ensure you will meet me later so we can live forever in love, in infinity, in the cosmos. Bro, kind of gross. You're going to get a little boy to make sure he meets you in the future? Bro, WTF. What the hell? Oh dear. It is revealed that Rise is the one who saved Jace and his mother in Jace's flashback. Oh dear. Again, the one element where you're like, it's not Rise, is that he's not blue. But again, it's like, y'all could have come up with something, but no, clearly it was Wizard Victor all along. Even though we had to change how he looks completely. Even down to his face model, because we put a face on the model that we used in Season 1 that you can just see. You can look it up and see. You can see it, and it's not Victor. So, yeah. Obviously, that's come out of nowhere. I theorized it because it was like, well, that's kind of retarded. Maybe that's what's going to happen. Oh, whoopsies. What do they have to say about Mel? Mel's gold... here's another great example of Mel's magic comes out of nowhere, right? Mel's gold plating / armor is Solari. Oh, I do like that, though. Solari armor, which will protect her against Jinx's rocket. So this is something I mentioned in an earlier stream, right? Where even early on, when Season 2 came out, but especially before Season 2 came out, everybody thought either Mel was dead or She had some, magic armor on her back or tattoos. People said magic tattoos. There were so many ideas that people had as to why Mel might survive, or as to why Mel did survive once Season 2 was out. None of it had to do with some innate magical ability. Because that wasn't set up at all, It just wasn't. And again, with Mel being an offspring of a Noxian, it also makes sense that they would utilize the other elements. She's not a warrior, so she uses her guile and her smarts and her intelligence and her wealth and her confidence. But no, now she's magical Mummy Mel, and she can go zip zap. She can stand up against LeBlanc. Oh my god. Very cringe. But again, it is just pointing out the fact that, people weren't like, oh, well, obviously she's got this innate magical ability. Obviously, guys, they set this up clearly. No, she's got, like, magic armor or something. Mel will continue to urge whatever leadership that is still in power in Piltover to seek peace instead of war with Zorn. Unfortunate, because she does agree to invading Zorn with Enforcers, just not with Hextech. Whoopsies. Mel will be at odds with her mother, Ambisa, seeking to protect Piltover over helping Noxus's interests. Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense that her character is set up to do that. She has nothing but conflict with her mother when Ambisa is set up initially. It makes sense that that's where the thought would come from. After the Hex Gates are destroyed, Mel will create the Sun Gates for Piltover. Wow. That probably also lines up with this individual Ancient Hyena believing that she's got Solari armor. But wow, that would have been interesting. But no. Victor, guys. Victor is the Chaos God guy. Everybody saw that coming. And again, the funniest thing, I've said it before, you can do Victor and Jace's story, you can have Victor become Victor, and still do the class conflict, still do the fight between the cities. You can still have all of that. But no, he's going to take over all of Runeterra. Turn everyone into evolved. Okay. And Bisa Madarda pushes the remaining Piltover leaders and his people. Yeah, this is kind of what I had theorized as well, that the entire reason that Noxus is introduced at all is because they are going to try and take both cities by force and subterfuge, but okay. And Bisa will have to choose between a relationship with Mel or remaining a vicious, feared, and respected warlord, which she absolutely actually has to do in the show. Ultimately, she will sacrifice a relationship with Mel and choose to remain a warlord for the sake of Noxus and its people. And yeah, unfortunately, she kind of does, but in her mind, she is doing it to protect Mel. So, like, it works and it doesn't work because she does sack the relationship. But again, that her sacking the relationship is to protect Mel. So, doesn't really work. And Bisa and Noxus, again, she's literally bloody, what's his name? The bald loser from Fast and the Furious, right? Family. It's all about family. I am Groot, family, Groot family. And Bisa and Noxus will occupy and try to claim rule of Piltover, which will have Piltover and Noxus fighting each other. Yeah. But it's for such a different reason. I guess so. Like, Ambisa is only attacking Piltover because Victor needs to access the Hex Gates. So it's like, whatever. She's not attacking Piltover for, like, any other reason. It's kind of cringe and whack. Yeah, she's upset that bloody Rictus died. But, yeah, the whole plan is just to get Victor to the Hex Gates, so little bit cringe, y'all. Seeing that Singed is a man of science and talented at making weapons, Ambisa will pay Singed to make the toxic substance that Noxus will use to invade Ionia. Oh, chem bomb time, baby. So no, but if we are leading to a Noxus Ionia and Demacia show, we will probably see Singed develop a bomb of sorts. And, oh man, that is going to be, if that is in the show, or in a spin-off show, that is going to be an episode and a half, I'll tell you what. There is a reason why people say that Singed is a genocidal maniac in the game, guys. LeBlanc is revealed to have been the one to push Ambisa to invade Piltover and had a part to play in Kino Madada's death. So, yeah, yes and no. Yes and no. Yes and no. LeBlanc is actually working against Ambisa. That's why she killed or took Kino. But I don't think it isn't to invade Piltover. Again, it seems very much that the devastation or whatever you'd like to call it that she saw in her visions were probably about Victor evolving all of Runeterra. You know, it's a pretty darkness. Jericho Swain is revealed to have been the one to kill Ambisa's son, Kino Madada. So interesting, but again, like we're gonna have to be playing around a bit if we do a Noxus show and we show the rise of Swain and Mel is there. You know, you're gonna have to be playing around with the timeline quite a bit. But then that will also allow us to have the quote-unquote showdown, quote-unquote, between Master Yi and Swain, which is quite important to Swain, to get him to where he is in the game. So we'll see. We'll see how that goes. It's interesting, though. Some interesting elements there, my boy. Speaking of my boy, Echo, darling. Echo creates the Z drive and his weapon, the arm from Zorn's clock tower, with Heimerdinger's help. Well, yes, he makes it in a basement in an alternate universe with powder, with access to nuts and bolts, and then he just finds the weapons, bro. Like the blimp crashes into the clock tower and the arms are just there. Ooh, cool, man. Wow. Super special, bro. Super special. Echo will lead the Firelights in aiding Piltover and Noxus's war against Jinx and the Cjbeards, but will come at odds with them when they attack innocent Zornite civilians. So, yeah, no. It is just Noxus and the Robo Boys show up, and then in a montage, Zorn are like, yeah, we'll help, I guess. The Cjbeards just disappear off the face of the bloody planet. Cross probably dies of a heart attack because he's a 700-year-old man, and he's like, oh, evolve me! Victor, evolve me! Oh, it's too late, I'm dead. And Margot will just be out bloody fiddling with herself because she's a bloody BDSM queen. I don't know. Like, they just disappear off the face of the bloody show. And all of this is just all mucked up because, yeah, it's Ambisa and Victor attacking Piltover, and Zorn is just also like, yeah, I guess we'll help. Yeah, like the writers of Rohan. We will pop in at the last moment and hopefully help save the day. Oh. Echo will attempt to save Jinx from the path she's going down, only to ultimately fail. And again, that would show off his character perfectly, because the thing that I like about Echo is that he's the boy wonder. Everything he does is perfect, because to other people, he has, like, when you have access to time manipulation, you do everything perfectly the first time. But to that character, they are a failure, because the only reason they can do it perfectly the first time, every time, is because of failure after failure after failure, on cycle, on repeat, until they finally succeed. Going back in time 4 seconds at a time, or 2 seconds, or however they do it, to get the appropriate result. And again, it would give the character such imposter syndrome, where like everyone views them as this incredible genius hero, where they view themselves as a failure. Because yeah, like they touched on with him talking to Jinx, him watching Jinx blow herself up over and over and over again, instead of playing to it with some tragedy or some horror even, it's almost played off as like a joke. Like, oh, I'm just gonna sit here, okay, and hopefully I can paint on your tatties later. Like, it's like, oh, bro, what are we doing? What are we doing? You have such a great tool to weave tragedy into your story with this character. And yeah, it's just kind of tossed aside just to be like, yeah, they have a chat, and then they come and shave the day. And then basically Echo just zip-zaps about and then goes back in time once or twice and that's it. Like, really? Really? Really, y'all? Kind of whack. Little bit unfortunate, like, innit? Heimerdingleberry. So what do we got for Heimerdinger? See flashbacks. Oh, that would be cool. See flashbacks of Heimerdinger and Singed's past together in Piltover, specifically Singed as a professor in Piltover before he parted ways with Heimerdinger. Or if we want to play around with flashbacks, how's about we get a flashback of him seeing an entire empire turn to flame and ash as, let's say, what's his name? Why am I blanking on this? League Fire guy. Brand. Yes, Brand burns an entire empire or an entire city to ash with like a flick of his bloody finger, right? That would be great. That would be a good way to show why Heimerdinger is so against all of this, but they can't do that because Heimerdinger is suddenly totally for creating hex tech and implementing it into this wonderful world. Isn't that just great? That just makes sense. Makes sense to me, y'all. Heimerdinger will learn how to better help the people of Piltover and Zorn... Wait, what? What we got here? Heimerdinger will learn how to better help the people of Piltover and Zorn in need of it. Okay, I mean, sure. I guess I get what you're trying to say here. But the bro is no longer a council member, and he's just all depresso espresso, and he just lives in the bloody treehouse with Echo. Just like, and he builds a bubble turret. Bubble turret. Heimerdinger will return to Piltover, but he won't join the Piltovan Council as a council member. He shall remain an inventor, not a politician. Nah, bro, he's dead. Sorry. He's actually dead. I'm not sure if you picked up on that, but he was clearly going to die, because that's what yordles do. They're just funny little furry hee-hee characters that you can just toss about and kill. Because no one cares. Everybody hates Heimerdinger, right? Oh, my God. So we've got Warwick. What have we got for Warwick? Oh my, got quite a few here. So we've got Vander is transformed into Warwick by Singed. Of course. That was seeded very well, very subtly. See flashbacks of Singed's augmenting/transforming Vander into Warwick, which we don't get flashbacks. It's just this is what happens in the timeline at the end of each episode in Season 2. See Warwick give the scar on Singed's face, which is why Singed wears bandages on his face. Nope, he wears them because he's been singed. Warwick is a mindless monster going around killing people while also trying to remember who he is. Yeah, or again, you can put in the kind of idea that he's going around slaughtering people, but they are all like horrible people that treat like Cross's crew and Margot's crew and Smeech's crew, like they're all like goons, right? Or one of them is a Chem Baron or something like that, where you've got the idea that he's going around just like mindlessly slaughtering people, but then one character is like, well, actually, he's actually been killing all the assholes. Who is this guy? Get flashbacks of Vanda's past with a younger Silco, Vi, Powder, Milo, and Clagger. Oh, I wish. See the birth of Silco and Vanda's dream of the nation of Zorn, which happens over a cup of tea at a bar with some hussy? Oh my god. Vanda drowning Silco and the reason behind why he did it? Nah. He just writes a letter and goes, "Oh, I'm shit at this. I'm really sorry. I'm sorry I tried to drown and murder you. Hopefully you get this letter. Hit me up, please, babe. XOXO from V." Okay. And the uprising / rebellion across the bridge to Piltover we see in the video. I wish. Again, the show should have ended on the bridge, but whatever. Absolutely fine. Whatever. Who cares? Me care. I care. Me, this guy. This guy cares. This feral ghoul cares. God damn it. Warwick / Vanda will come face to face with his statue, the one Silco monologues about his dream of Zorn and Jinx at. Which, yeah, does happen. We get the POV shot of him and his statue, but it is meaningless. It is meaningless. It is just ooh, that's Vanda. Hehehe. Yikes. A little bit cringe, a little bit troll, a little bit yikes, a little bit uh-oh. Oh, we got a Savfk. Oh, I mean, I put this together. Of course we got a Savfk. I just don't know the bullet points. Why am I shocked by that? Savfk will aid Jinx in uniting Zorn to fight Piltover. Again, it's just Jinx uniting Zorn is crazy to me. Oh my god. Hold up. Before we continue, I need to pop to the toilet. I'll be back. I shall return, I promise. And I'm going to get a small amount of fresh air, and I'll be back and we'll continue. BRB. Oh, Savfk. Savfk, my darling. You and your yee haircut. So beautiful. Oh, so beautiful. So again, yeah, it's like Jinx uniting Zorn. Cringe, but, you know. Savfk will focus her efforts on the war with Piltover. Again, so much of this is like hinged on the idea that there's going to be this conflict between Piltover and Zorn, which is obviously set up all throughout Season 1, but of course is completely dropped. Savfk will receive a new robot arm from Singed. Oh, man. Oh. Yeah, I kind of like that. I mean, I do like that Jinx, you know, she can make the arm. I love the fact that Jinx designs Savfk's arm based on the monster that she sees Savfk as in her like schizophrenic visual hallucinations. Like, I think that's really good. I really like that. I don't like the fact that they just have this lovely relationship. Like, obviously, I've said many times in my streams and videos that their relationship clearly is rocky, to say the least, in Season 1, and then they just, all of a sudden, they just... Oh, I love you, Savfk, and oh, I love you, Jinx. Oh, you're just the best, darling. Oh! Savfk is revealed to be Renata Glass. Or Glask. I don't know. Both of their left arms are robotic prosthetics. Both have similar physical build, as in muscular. Both have black hair. Both have similar skin color. Renata has pink/purple eyes and Savfk doesn't, but like Jinx, she could gain pink/purple eyes from shimmer injections, which she uses in her robot arm. Sorry, dude. Nope, she is just Savfk, but hey, man. Let me just, give me a reminder on this. Renata Glass. Let's have a look at her. Because this seems like a newer character from when I was playing the games. Let's have a look. Okay, I can... Oh, yeah, definitely see, like, especially with the shimmer eyes. No, I can definitely see that. I can see where people were coming from there. Yeah, the arm. Yeah. Yeah. Interesting. Interesting. Even though this Renata seems a little bit more ladylike, if that's one way to describe her visual. Her father, who she did get along with and would run away from when she was younger, which is what she tells Silco. You know, sometimes a girl just needs to, you know, she'll find her way back to you when she needs you, blah, 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 blah. Is revealed to be part of the Glass or Glask family. Oh, delicious water. Drink some water, guys. Hydrate, else you'll turn into a feral ghoul like me. He was a brilliant alchemist who wanted his daughter to follow in his footsteps. However, Savfk did not enjoy alchemy and wanted to pursue a different path in life, which created a rift between them. Hey, great thinking there. Unfortunately, Savfk is just Savfk. I didn't even know, any of the newer characters, and again, new means like in the last 5 years. I'm not 100% on who they are and all of the things like that, but no, it's a cool... Like, I looked up her character and was like, yeah, I can see that, Singed. The Singed Man. Singed turns Vander into Warwick, of course. See how he acquired Vander's body, see flashbacks of Singed organ... Yep, absolutely. Yep. But again, he wears bandages on his face because Singed was singed, of course. Singed gave Savfk her robot arm after she lost her real one in Act 1, and will make her a new one for Season 2. Yeah, it does seem, though, that the Season 1 arm she gets is actually probably from Smeech, now that we kind of look back on it, which makes sense. See flashbacks of Singed and Heimerdinger's past together in Piltover. Specifically, Singed is a professor in Piltover, which you mentioned before with the Heimerdinger. But again, unfortunately, it's just you're Dr. Bloody Frankenstein. Oh, I know you. You're a bad, bad boy. And then it's like, yeah, that's why I'm in Zorn doing my shit. Like every other scientist that has been kicked out of the academy, that is half the reason Zorn is the way it is, because Zorn doesn't give two shits about the rules and stuff like that. So any scientist that has been kicked out of the academy generally goes to Zorn to do their work, because they know that they will get away with it, even if it's crazy, crazy nonsense. Singed makes the toxic substance that Noxus will use to invade Ionia. Again, I just like... That's going to be epic. That's going to be crazy. Oh, the chem bomb is going to be great. Like y'all wanted the time bomb? Baby, just wait for the chem bomb. Oh, Darius's wife is gonna have a bad time. Singed's real name is Corin Revik, and he is Oriana's father. Absolutely. No, actually, Maddie's Oriana, guys. Maddie's Oriana. See Oriana become sick and Singed slowly replace her human. Nope. Nah, he gets a ballerina robot from Victor. That's what he gets. Okay. And again, if we wanted to go down the automaton path and the evolved cult/religion, the glorious evolution, Oriana could have been the first changed. Again, whatever. Singed made Twitch, the rat from Arcane Act 1, that Singed shows Silco when it drinks the shimmer and kills the cat. Yeah, I mean, of course, a lot of people were thinking that was Twitch, but, you know, is what it is. Is what it is. Maybe in the 5th spin-off show, we'll see Twitch. Everybody's favorite rat. But no Twitch, unfortunately. Plus, I mean, that rat was pretty small. Let's be honest. It was a pretty small rat. He was going to have to grow a bit to become Twitch, but, you know, shit happens. So I think the last point here, there was a couple more, but it didn't really have much to do with, it was more like these other characters might have a role to play in the story. But final battles wise, there's a finale one as well, which is massive. So we've got Jinx will use a blimp she stole to create a super weapon with the gemstone to destroy Piltover. Vander/Warwick versus Savfk, which I think would have been a great fight. I would have quite liked to see that, actually. Heimerdinger and Echo versus Singed. I don't know how that would be a fight. Singed would throw the grey at Echo or Heimerdinger, and then Echo would just bash him over the face and be like, "Oh, please, I'm a doctor, I'm a scientist, please, darling, don't hurt me." Yeah, I don't know how that would go down. Jason Mel versus Victor, which we kind of got, right? We kind of got Jason Mel versus an evolved being controlled by Victor, but not Victor proper, of course. That would have been a much more interesting fight than him doing his audition for, Swan Lake, you know, which is what we got. We got Vi and Caitlyn versus Jinx, absolutely. I think we even got some of that in the trailer, so it makes sense. And we got Jinx's super... Oh, man. Check this. Jinx's super weapon will cause Piltover to blow up and sink half of the Undercity, resulting in Piltover and Zorn being separated from one another. Yeah. Because they were sister cities. Were sister cities, and now they are independent forces. So yeah, that would have been great. Or some devastation that happened that splits the two cities out and they are no longer easily accessible, like by a bridge or something, you know? And yeah, sinking Zorn proper instead of keeping it just this huge undercity would have been great. Would have been fantastic, darling, fantastic. So in the finale, this might be very small on screen, so I hope let's see how legible that is once she pops up on the screen. That's okay, I'll be reading it to you, so you'll get it, don't worry. It might be hard to read, but unless you're on a 57,000-inch TV and you go into full screen. Okay, so, first point. For the finale, we have all of Silco's Cjbeards, Cross, Smeech, Margot, and Rennie will die at the end of the war. Between Piltover and Zorn, leaving a power vacuum. The power vacuum will result in the rise of new Cjbeards to seize control of Zorn, specifically Karina Veraza / Karina Mastermind, Emerus Baron of Taste, and Savfk / Renita Glask. So that's obviously with the assumption that Savfk is actually Renata Again, don't know that character, so I can't comment too much on that. But yeah, I mean, again, there is a power vacuum opened because Smeech dies, Rennie is dead, and then it's just Cross and Margot, and then they disappear off the face of the bloody earth, never to be referred to again, and Savfk just basically unifies all of the factions off screen and through a montage. Yikes! Vi and Caitlyn will officially become a couple, and every Kate Vi fan shipper creamed their panties. Enforcers will be renamed to Wardens. Nope. Sorry. Vi will remain in Piltover as she realizes that she needs to use her strength to not only protect the ones she loves, but the innocents in both Piltover and Zorn. And again, being a warden, being an enforcer, being a cop, you can be more like Sheriff Grayson and be working towards unity and peace instead of a Marcus who takes advantage, right? So Vi in that position could help the people of both cities. Very easily, very easily. Caitlyn will understand what kind of sheriff she has to be to protect both Piltover and Zorn. Nope. She's got to be a pirate. She realizes she has to be a pirate, so she intentionally loses her eye. Oh, if only. I'm so with you though. Oh my god. Jinx will be locked up in Stillwater, but now has accepted her insane side. Nope. No. Jinx goes on a faux redemption arc, which so many people say is a legitimate redemption arc, but it is not. It is fake, paper-thin nonsense. And then Vi will release her, and Caitlyn will already know that she was going to do that and let it happen. And then they get their schmicky-schmacky on. Well, Jinx goes to blow herself up, and then OMG, Echo comes and has a chat and paints on her tarties, and then everything's fine. Everything's fine. And then the Sisterhood of Travelling Cringe is back. Oh my god. Yes, that would have been great. That would have been wonderful, but no. Oh, yikes. Jace will leave whatever position of power he has, be a council member or leader of Piltover, and go back to being an inventor who's focused on helping, improving, and defending the lives of the people of Piltover. If only. No, he is now lost and trapped in the cosmos with his lover, Victor, constantly walking around Aurelian Soul's tummy as they... Anyway, I've spoken enough about Victor being penetrated for one stream. Victor will leave Piltover and return to Zorn to focus on aiding the sick there through his glorious evolution cult. Nope. Once again, he's lost in the cosmos. Love infinity. Hashtag he. Hashtag Javik. Hashtag kill me. Mal will remain as a leader in Piltover, but will focus her efforts more on the needs of the people over technological advancements for Piltover. Nah. She uses her, and I don't know how you didn't see this, because this is clearly set up in Season 1. She uses her magical ability to deceive LeBlanc, LeBlanc, the deceiver, into trapping Ambisa, and then she uses her magic to take out, quote-unquote, LeBlanc's shadow jutsu clone, which ends up killing Ambisa somehow. I don't know how. Like, she did a little whispery into her brain, and then now she's dead and gone. And then she becomes the new Medada, the general of the Noxian army that Ambisa once controlled, and then goes back to Noxus. How did you not see that coming, bro? Yeah, obviously none of that was set up. Like, yikes. Heimerdinger will return to his professor position. No, he's dead. Sorry. He's dead. Heimerdinger will return to his professor position in Piltover, but won't be acting as a leader or council member. He'll return to his roots of inventing instead. Maybe he can do that in heaven. Echo will stay in Zorn and focus on helping the civilians there who are injured and are struggling with Zorn's separation from Piltover. He'll also be its protector from those who abuse their power there, specifically Cjbeards. Well, there's no Cjbeards anymore. They seem to have all just disappeared into the ether. Zorn is united, and Zorn has a position on the Council of Piltover. For some reason, even though they are separate cities that are just next to each other. Alright, fine. And again, it's like, okay, so you give Zorn a seat on the council, but you need to vote on things. And it looks pretty obvious that these new council members do not care. Whoa, hold on. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hold the phone. I just saw something. No way. No way, right? No way. What is this? Oh my god, oh my goodness me. Kathleen Kennedy has left Lucasfilm. Oh my god. There might be a good Star Wars property now. Yikes, hopefully she's not replaced by someone equally or worse cringe than Kathleen is. My god, that's... Honestly, I thought she would never, ever step down. That's crazy. Wow. Okay, goodness me. That's crazy. Anyway, so look, it's all just nonsense. Zorn unifies. All of the interesting separated factions throughout Zorn just amalgamate into bloody Savfk, and it's like, again, okay, you're on the council, you've got to get outvoted every time. So what is the actual point? Vander/Warwick will remain in Zorn to kill any who threaten/harm the innocents in Zorn. Nah, he's a mindless drone and he gets blown up. Sorry. Savfk/Renata will create glass or Glask Industries and start carving out her empire within the new Zorn. No. Sorry, babes. That's just Savfk. And she's got her yee haircut and everyone just loves each other. And it's so great. It's so great. And Bisa Madada will leave Piltover and focus her efforts on the invasion of Ionia. Nope. She's dead. Oh dear. Singed will go to Noxus with Mbisa Madada to finish the toxic substance that will be used to invade Ionia. Again, as I've said, if they do that in the show, it's going to be absolutely hype. It's going to be some pretty incredible and, depending on how they do it, heartbreaking moment and visuals, especially if we do like a season 1 episode. Okay, so spoilers. If you don't want to know, I mean, I've already mentioned it many times. Oh, I knocked the bloody microphone again. If I've already mentioned it many times, but if you don't want to know, just mute me for like 60 seconds. But you know, it would be amazing if they did a season 1 first arc thing and they set up all of these great characters in Ionia, all of these characters who you think are going to be main characters, and then you see Singed and you're like, wait a minute, isn't that the guy from the Arcane show? Well, bloody hell, what the heckums is he doing here? And then basically by the episode 3 area, he sets off the chem bomb and destroys a lot of Ionia and its people, and you just kill off like 2/3 of these characters that you've set up in the first few episodes. That would be pretty cool. And then you can set up Darius's wife. Obviously, you can set up a lot of characters throughout Ionia. I think that would be pretty awesome. Pretty awesome. Cool, so now we've got some Reddit theories. So obviously that last Mickey one was from Reddit, but that kind of almost deserved its own section. These are just kind of singular posts or a couple posts stringed together. So we have my Arcane theory about one of the Firelight members. Now up the top there you can see next to the place where I've blocked out the name, or above it, is how old the post is. So this post is from 3 years ago. So this would have been, up to a year after Season 1 came out. Because I think it took about 4 years for them to make it, right? Season 2. So first things first. this is not an Echo post. I think I think at this point it's pretty obvious Echo is the leader of the Firelights. Oh, interesting. So maybe this is even during season 1. No, that timeline. Anyway, I'm not even going to get into that. If you have questions about that theory, I can reply in the comments. This post is about a different member of the Firelights. No, actually, this post, I think, was put up before season 1 ended, I believe, if I'm remembering the post correctly. This post is about a different member of the Firelights, specifically this member. So you've got the bird lady Firelight there. If this person doesn't look familiar, let me help you out a bit. That's right, Skye, Victor and Jace's assistant, is a member of the Firelights. OMG. Let's look at the evidence for this theory. First, starting with the obvious, both people have very similar features. The hair and the skin color are basically a perfect match. And from what we can tell, the physical stature is as well. Second, we know from flashbacks that Skye knows Victor from their childhoods, meaning Skye is from Zorn, not Piltover, which would give her a great reason to join the Firelights and be associated with Echo. Here is some quick evidence of that. I'll have Skye bring Heimerdinger. He might know something that could help us. Oh, there is no evidence of that. Oh yeah, it was just a picture. So above this, it was just a picture of Skye as a child in the flashback. And then it cuts to this. Third, in the final fight between the Firelights and Vi, Jinx, and Kate, this member is the one that recovers the Hex Tech gemstone and then immediately leaves. If this member is Skye, then she would know exactly what it is and what it is capable of, and possibly also know who Caitlyn is. That would explain why this member captured Kate immediately, unlike the other member of the Firelights who was about to kill Vi before being stopped by their leader. That's really interesting, and that's pretty accurate. That is interesting. Anyway, this is my theory. Makes me wonder if Skye will side with Victor, seeing as how she's from Zorn and is willing to fight to protect it. It also makes me wonder if this gemstone will make its way to Echo, or if she will return it to Victor and Jace. Now, of course, we see in the final arc of Season 1 that she gets blapped away, and we really have nothing on her character, and the bird chick is still around, so of course, not a thing. But, hey, super interesting. What a cool little theory someone popped together before the season had even, finished. Very cool. I like it. 10 out of 10 theorem. Too bad it's not correct. So, 8 months ago, what do we have here? Vi and Kate might have similar fallout to their relationship in the end of the first act as it happened with Powder and Vi in episode 3. Oh, interesting. My bet is that in the beginning of the season, Kate is in full-on revenge mode. Vi will say hesitantly to Kate that she's on board with killing Jinx, but will change her mind to protect her, which, I mean, she does, but it makes zero sense, which will lead to all three of them fighting each other. Jinx escapes again. Disappointed Kate will leave Vi, possibly wounded, behind, same way Vi left Powder behind. Very nice, very good. Broken relationship with both of them will send Vi into a spiraling depression. Quite accurate. As for the end game, I think it's a way higher chance that Vi reconciling relationship with Kate than it with Jinx. Absolutely. Jinx, which unfortunately both happen. Jinx might die or fake her death, which there was a lot of people theorizing that Jinx would fake her death. Again, to kind of get him more on board of her character in the game. Where Echo and Vi would grieve her, but Jinx would actually leave Zorn and Piltover to possibly be a character in other LoL-related series with other characters. Yeah, light canon. I can already see it. I just don't see the city being sustainable with Jinx still in it, so she has to go in some way. Well, again, if you have Zorn literally split from Piltover and Zorn become its own independent nation, then it works. You could have Warwick constantly hunting and fighting with Jinx, while Jinx is going around being a crazy cat. Yeah, interesting. Again, like, I also see, like, the only, and it is, look, it's unfortunate, but it is truly what I think, that the only reason there is the option that Jinx is still alive and leaving Zorn and Piltover is so she can go to Demacia and meet up with Lux. So then in the Demacia show, they can do light cannon. Yay. Yay. Look, as long as they keep Katarina and Garen, then that's fine. And hey, Jinx is hot. Lux is hot. You know, light cannon would be super friggin' hot, bro. Like, totally friggin' awesome. Victor will be severely injured. So this is also 8 months ago. Victor will be severely injured by Jinx's rocket and on the brink of death. Jace, who survives the rocket because his Hex Tech hammer is near, is forced to use the Hex core to save Victor. This will make Victor rely on the Hex core even more, and Victor might feel a bit betrayed by Jace since Jace promised that he would destroy the Hex core. This would be the catalyst for Victor and Jace growing even further apart when Zorn goes to war with Piltover. So again, all of that was perfect. And then we get spoiled with Zorn goes to war with Piltover because obviously that's where the show was going. But no. Hex Tech Jesus and the Robo Boys. That's clearly where everything was going, yeah? The Zeppelin we see attacking Piltover is Noxian disguised as Zornite. And it'll be used to stage Mel's death so that Ambisa can goad Jace into all-out war with Zorn, which will make it easier for her to seize power again. It's just all there. You have this Noxian false flag event, you know? If you don't want to portray Zorn as how Zornites are, then you just have this Noxian false flag attack and just trick the people of Piltover. But no. It's just Ambisa being a sussy-wussy and then just joining up with Victor for some reason. This I did find very funny. The largest arc in the story is going to be Heimerdinger's, which is why he isn't shown in the trailers. No, turns out he's not shown in the trailers because he's only in the show for like 57 seconds and then he dies. Yahoo! And then another one after that. Neither Jinx or Vi will die. Jinx will go to prison, yes please, while Vi will be lauded as a beacon of law and order done the right way, along with Caitlyn, thus giving Piltover the legitimacy it needs to stop other nations invading. And yeah, what a story it would be, right? Like this warden, this enforcer, arrests her sister and puts her sister away because of the crimes that she committed. It'd be good. It would work. It would work for Vi's uplifting. But no. No. That's too cringe, darling. Theory for Arcane ending. Consider how Arcane and old Runeterra lore might align if the Hextech evolution had taken a different path. My theory is that the wild... So this is 4 months ago. Is that the wild rune in Arcane is destined to eventually bring destruction to the world, or at least to the city of Piltover. In response, Echo could use his time rewinding powers to alter the outcome, erasing the events of Arcane entirely, which I would have despised, but it's interesting. But since Echo himself isn't part of that alternative timeline, he might vanish, sacrificing himself for the city. In this alternate timeline, Victor's glorious evolution story unfolds fully. He creates Blitzcrank. Dude, please, my boy. Where is my grabby boy? And inadvertently inspires a cult, sparking new tensions in Piltover. Echo's real parents... Ina or Aina or Ina and Waith or Wyth or Weith survive in this version of events. Heimerdinger and Singed remain professors, with Singed conducting his usual dark experiments in secret. Vi becomes an enforcer alongside Caitlyn, and Jinx remains her true chaotic self. JK. This theory might be a long shot, but it's something I hope for, especially as an Echo fan who enjoyed his old lore. Realistically, Riot might end up reworking the story to align everything with Arcane canon, which is absolutely how it went. Of course, as mentioned, I would have actually despised if they broke Echo's rules around time manipulation, but the one thing that I do like about this particular theory is that he's not going back like a week and changing the events of a few episodes. What they're referring to here, it seems, is he goes back completely to erase the entire show, which would have been, honestly, probably the one way that you would get away with ruining, quote-unquote, Echo's usage of time manipulation for something that's actually quite ballsy and pretty interesting. And then, yeah, we have some accurate elements in some regards, but again, it's also like, you just made me miss my Blitzy boy. My Blitzy boy. Alright. Now, we have next a website to have a little looky at. So let me chuck on this fella. Hello, it is I, the media. Oh wait, no, I can't do that, right? I need to. 1 second. Let me figure this out. So we're going to do it like that. I'm going to go there. Yeah, this will be how we do it. We go. We get rid of that. Get rid of that. And then we do this. Whoa. Excuse me, I didn't touch that at all. Streamlabs, you absolute troll. That's fine. Now we come here, and we do that. Excellent. And we come here, and then we jump back here. And then we go to this, and we change this, and easy done. Where is... Nope. Okay, so we do... right. We have to do this. Yes. And then we want to add a new sauce. A new delicious sauce. If we do that... Actually, that should be fine. Here we are, and we grab this one here. Beautiful. And there we go. There we are. So, we will scroll through these. I looked at like 2 of them and then thought, oh, we'll have a scroll through this on stream, see if there's anything interesting here as well. And then that, lads, gents, women, children, everything in between, all my ghoulie pals, will be the end of the stream. But let's have a whip through this. So, Season 1 predictions. So, the mage who saved Jace and his mother is somehow related to Rise. He uses blue runes, and his teleportation spell is very similar to Rise's Realm Warp. And then we have a little thing here that says it's Jost. So if you don't know what Jost means, it's a reference to Joss Whedon, which basically means like within an episode or a few episodes or by next season, the lore or canon changes in a way that means your fan fiction or however you'd like to do it or mention it is just destroyed by the writing. So you will see that a lot with a lot of these. The mage who saved Jace is Rise, Jost. Warwick from the game is actually Vander, somehow resurrected and transformed, perhaps related to simmer exposure. Yep, we've got all of that. That is pretty chill. Powder. Powder will succumb to her madness after freeing Warwick from Singed. Oh, what's all this all about? After finding out that he's Vander, as above, this will line up the suggestion from the game about their connection. However, she will have her red eye psychotic break and will forget what she did and why, just to add some extra pain to the situation. Jost for the first season, but it's entirely plausible to have Jinx suffer yet another freak out in Season 2 if she learns Vander is not only still alive, but this terrifying werewolf creature who thirsts for the blood of criminals. Unfortunately, she is totally chill by this. She has a 12-second mental break when Isha is missing and maybe arrested, and then when she sees her father as this horrid monster who is on this blood frenzy just slaughtering everyone, she's fine. It's chill. God, like, it's probably one of the most assassinated characters in Arcane. Season 2 is Jinx. It is insane what they do with the character. Vi will do fight clubbing. Interesting. Let's open up all these. Not only as a way to continue developing her skills in unarmed combat, but as a way to vent her anger at the deaths of Clagger, Milo, and Vander, and her loss of Powder, and her loss to Powder. Bro, can you read, please? Can you use your eyes to read, bro? And her loss of Powder to Silco. Unfortunately, as traumatic as all of those things are, no, it's just her and her girlfriend having a spat is what throws her over the edge. Insane. She will do this while in prison. The trailers indicate she is there for at least some time. And for a character with her type of skills and personality, this is a reasonable expectation. Confirmed for Season 2 during the Anarchy Festival, who showed a special scene during the middle of the season involving Vi, who we all know as a protector, having no one left to protect and suffering from a sanity slippage during a musical montage. In this clip, Vi, underground fighting ranks, has a whole new look as part of her loss of identity, and is, all of that, JK, it's literally a 2-minute music video, and she's fine. And then she meets up with Jinx, and she's fine. Isn't that crazy? We will see young adult Echo hanging out with young adult pre-Jinx Powder? What? What? Bro. He'll provide the most sympathetic pro-revolutionary view of her to Vi before her breakdown, and also clearly develop his crush on her, having his eyes opened to either what Powder does for Silco or her breakdown, leading him to be being more the paragon. Confirmed for the first season, the writers also reveal Powder/Jinx and Echo relationship will further be explored in Season 2. Explored? You mean zip-zapped to an alternate timeline where this Powder is not the Jinx that we know? They are two completely different characters? Well, me oh my. Yikes. That is quite a call, though, my friend. Another Zornite Doctor will appear in the show. Oh no, Dr. Mundo! Oh, man, that would have been... Dr. Mundo here to check your prostate, everybody. Dr. Mundo will appear in the show, probably as one of Silco's thugs. The usage of shimmer is quite similar to how Dr. Mundo bulks up. I mean, he does inject himself with that purple shit, right? Is it green or is it green or purple in the game? I can't remember, because if it's green, it could still be chems, right? But over a long period of time, hence why his skin turned purple and his mind was broken. Dr. Mundo! That's all Victor needed. He just needed to go have a checkup with Dr. Mundo and he would have been fine. Well, nothing has been confirmed. A gigantic chem tank resembling Mundo's design was briefly seen in a teaser for Season 2. Yeah, could have been Scion, could have been Dr. Mundo, could have been Malphite, guys. I think it's Malphite, everybody. I think that big chem troll is Malphite, guys. It makes sense to me. Savfk will become co-dragons to Silco together with Singed. My. The trailers seem to make this obvious, along with the number of times she's focused on at the end of Act 1 for no immediate and obvious reason. Specifically, she may have its personnel kid with the dragon relationship to Vi, based on some of the trailers showing them fighting, as well as Savfk's blocked attempt to fight Vi in episode 3. Confirmed, she's referred to as Silco's number 2 in episode 5, but with Jinx instead of Singed. Yeah. Again, guys, remembering this is all season 1 stuff. Powder, that was loud. Powder will have Hextech remove her mental pain, guilt, and conscious to become Jinx. Oh my, interesting. Kind of, not really. Kind of, not really. Multiple advertisements have shown young adult Powder before her eyes go red as Jinx, being justifiably morose, moody, and foul-tempered. Yeah, trouble is she is Jinx off the get-go because we can confirm after Season 2, Silco made Jinx. Right? Soz. Thanks for that, guys. Multiple eventually this will grow worse because of something in the show, and miserable, broken Powder will have someone, possibly Victor, missing the K, magically/technologically remove the part of her mind causing her this pain, creating the mind cap, bonkers, and seemingly sociopathic Jinx we all know. Semi-confirmed as of episode 8, though it was singed medical science and any psychological effects were purely side effects of saving her life. Well, she also already had all of the psychological effects. It was just to kind of infuse her and give her super speed and all of that fun times. We got a Jost. Silco. Oh, this Jin. That was who I was trying to think of before. That, yeah, like so many people were theorizing this as a way of Silco being alive. Looking at Silco and Jin, there are some similarities physically. They're thin build, one good eye, flat and pointed nose. And the series is covering how Jinx and Warwick descends into insanity, so something may happen to turn Silco into the psychotic serial killer Jin. No! JK. Vi will make amends with Jinx, given that she felt deeply remorseful for being harsh towards Jinx. She will try to make amends with her despite her working with Silco. Just. Jinx will rescue Vi and Caitlyn. What? Given that she has at least tried to save Vander from Silco when she was young, and at least been happy to reconcile with her sister, she may be rescuing Vi and Caitlyn. Nah, she kidnaps both of them and wants Vi to shoot Caitlyn in the head. Powder/Jinx will make amends with Vi. Given she was happy about reuniting with her older sister after a decade, it is likely that she will try to make amends with her once she tries to rescue her. Nope. Suz. Both Jinx and Vi will reconcile with each other. Given that they're so horribly Jost. Yes. That ain't happening. And then it does happen in Season 2. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that whack? So the kid on the hoverboard is Echo. Yeah. I mean, of course, as Season 1 was coming out, there were many theories. This was obviously not confirmed at all to be Echo, but it was also the one child character who survived the episode 3, who we hadn't seen yet. So, 2 and 2 make 7, Oh, man. Okay, future seasons of Arcane will go from region to region. Would have loved that. With Season 2 being a political story taking place in Noxus, focused around Darius, Draven, Swain, and the Black Rose. So this is probably going to be saved for one of the spin-off shows, I would assume, because we have some pretty incredible stories with just those characters. Except Draven being an absolute troll meme lord. Similarly to how Arcane Season 1 focuses on the relationship between Vi and Jinx, Season 2 will focus on the relationship between Darius and Draven, between their recruitment into the Noxian army and the establishment of the Trifarchs. The Trifarchs in the aftermath of Swain's coup. Right. Core moments would include the Battle of Placidium, in which Swain loses his arm. Spoilers, Swain needs to lose an arm. Draven left the Noxian army, and Darkwill and Singed's bombardment of the Ionian coastline left Riven traumatized. Oh, my poor girl, Riven, no! Q. The disposition of Darkwill and Urgot by Swain and Draven respectively, and Darius's divided loyalties between Darkwill and Swain that will ultimately cause him to reconcile with Draven and join the Trifarchs. The Triboys. Singed's involvement in the Ionian conflict in the employ of Borum Darkwill would serve to tie Seasons 1 and 2 together, since the subplot based around Riven's trauma could introduce Ionia as the future region and allow Singed to take a more central stage than he has in Arcane. So, yeah, but Singed ain't a lead, you know. That's why I think it works with Mel there now. Mel will be the POV character, and Singed will continue as just like the side character. Season 2, yeah, absolutely jost, but we could see a lot of this in the upcoming Noxus show. So not jost necessarily. Savfk is Grayson's daughter. Oh, well, my oh my. They look reasonably similar, and even both have rather deep well, I mean, the voices, yeah, it is what it is. It would also open up some potentially twisted new reasons for Savfk wanting to fight Piltover even after Grayson's death. Oh. Yeah, Black Tiger Paw. So Jost is a reference to Joss Whedon with Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Basically, it's like a term that theorists use when they're theorizing shows and stuff like that. I think it stems from basically like people would make all these theories about what's going to happen in Buffy the Vampire Slayer, and then like within 2 or 3 episodes, Joss Whedon has written it in a way that just breaks every theory, and they have to just throw it away completely. I figured I know is cringe writing. Yeah. It's basically where it comes from, and again, it's really like unfortunate. It's almost the idea that it's like he actively seeks out people theorizing what will happen, and then just changes the show to suit Dumbass and Dingleberry that worked on Game of Thrones. Very cringe, but I like that. I like Savfk. Like, again, there's not a lot going on there, but I do like the idea. Oh, poor Urgot, man. Urgot was just thrown to the side. Urgot will appear in Act 3. In the Act 3 trailer, there are soldiers resembling Noxians. Also, according to lore, Swain sent Urgot to Zorn, probably to employ Singed. Jost, Ambisa Madada, Mel's mother, was introduced in Act 3. Act 3 will have a flashback to Vander teaching Vi how to fight. Oh, that's my girl. Love that moment. Not as the point of a flashback, but simply one of the sisters remembering a happy time. Not quite. Vi has a short, dead person conversation with him where he gives her a bit of pep talk, but that's about it, and I love that scene. I love it. That's my girl. Now go fuck up Savfk, that's my fucking girl. Echo will use Jinx's stolen hex crystals for his time gadget. That's funny, kind of, right? Kind of. Not really, but kind of. Because he's the Firelight's leader and will have possession of it by the time Act 3 starts, I second this theory. I mean, what else could fidgeting with a clock signify? And then Jost. The gemstone is used to power Jinx's rocket armies. Like, I love that. I second this theory. I mean, what else could it be? Jost. Just, sorry, another episode came out and it literally does not work. Vi and Jinx will fight each other in the finale. This would work to set up their status quo by the time of the game. It has also possibly been foreshadowed. In the enemy music video, Powder awkwardly tries to copy Vi's shadowboxing. By the time Powder is Jinx in the A Score to Settle preview, She developed significant hand-to-hand combat skills in addition with her ranged weapons and bombs, yet she also fails to beat Vi's score on the arcade sparring robot, leaving her angry. Of course, we obviously with hindsight know that she becomes reasonably good at hand-to-hand combat because she is infused with Shimmer and has super speed. Isn't that wonderful? Act 1 ended with the sisters being driven apart partially by Vi striking Powder. Act 2 ended with the sisters again separated, but not due to any direct fault of either of them. Act 3 ending with Jinx managing to somehow outfight Vi hand to hand, thus truly driving a wedge between them, would bookend the final episodes of each act. In a partial of reverse of act, I don't think that's written properly, a reverse of Act 1's ending. It would also be a culmination of this smaller arc to Jinx's character and a piece of her general arc needing to, or at least thinking she needs to, prove her worth to others. In League of Legends, Vi has amnesia about her past from a blow to the head, perhaps. Well, it's because she went to the fighting pits and got hit in the head multiple times and then got brain damage and is now an idiot, basically. That sucks. Jace knows that Marcus is lying to him and maybe even suspects he's got connection to whoever's behind the bombing. Really? I mean, we do get the old sus look. He was wise enough not to reveal anything he knew about Caitlyn's investigation. He also just learnt about that. Like, that was some pretty on-the-fly thinking, my boy. He's setting Marcus up to be the one to spearhead an unpopular safety protocol for this reason. He may even lie and say that some of his past less popular actions were at Marcus's urging. No, Marcus died. And then left his daughter. And then his daughter was forgotten. Haha, isn't that great? Poor Ren. Poor little Ren. Heimerdinger will take criticism of being too passive and is forced to retire from the council. Ooh. Heimerdinger will take criticism of being too passive and his forced retirement from the council to heart and switch to doing things personally. Nothing personnel, kid. While it might not be obvious to those who have not played the game, a lot of people who watch the series also seem to have forgotten just what type of, champion Heimerdinger, is on the Rift. His portrayal as a kind-hearted, soft-spoken professor belies the fact that he is, or was, depending on patch, one of the most devastating control and burst mages to wander the Rift. Given that the series portrays how all the champions got to their current state, I wouldn't be surprised at all if him taking the advice to heart that he was too passive in letting things get to this point, especially given his attempt to put down his foot over the hex core and bust out his signature turrets, grenades, and rocket swarms in Act 3, kicking some major ass. Yes. That's what I was waiting. I was just wanting his turrets, man. Just for now. But he seems to have joined the Firelights. So the door is very open to him getting physical in Season 2. Nah, brother, my brother in Christ, he just dies. They turn him into a dumbass clown and then he dies. Yes, as bro put in this post, he is devastation, man. He is crazy. Nah, he's dead. At some point, Jinx will abandon Vi, or at least consider doing so. Either simply running off or leaving for her for dead, confirmed after a tense dinner in which she kills Silco. She declares that they've been changed and walks. Oh, wow. I mean, come on, y'all. That's, yeah. Jinx will kill Marcus. Yes. And it will inadvertently be in front of his daughter. Oh, man. Oh, come on. Who just so happens to have reddish hair. The realization of how similar the situation is to Vander's death, only now intentional, will send Jinx off the deep end for good. I am so on board with this, except for the fact that you change Isha to Ren, and then Ren figures out that Jinx is the one that killed her father and orphaned her once they have this lovely relationship. That would be the thing that drives her, I think. Instead of again another explosion, another death, this wouldn't even involve death. It involves betrayal. And I would love that. But no, Isha is just some kid that was running away from the Cross crew that nukes herself in front of Jinx, and then Jinx gets all sad and mopey. You had something beautiful there, ready to go. Why did you throw that away? Jinx will gain her red eyes from some kind of shimmer overdose, perhaps using Silco's eye injector, so that instead of transforming her physically, it transforms her mind. Confirmed, well, not confirmed, but yes, after she blows herself up, Silco has Singed perform surgery to save her into new eyes. Vander's nickname originated during his younger days as a boxer. Honestly, the Hound of the Underground, that just screams fighter nickname. Yeah, whatever. I mean, okay. Singed daughter is Oriana. Yes, indeed. We don't know if Singed is actually his real name, so his name could actually be Corin Ravik. Singed's picture of his daughter has a hairstyle that greatly resembles Oriana, and the creature he experimented on to try and save is named Rio. Rio equals Oriana? Ooh. That would have been crazy, though, if Rio was his daughter somehow. And, like, again, the mutation must survive, right? So he, like, I don't know, takes it, puts it in his daughter, and it turns her into a bloody pink salamander. OMG. Or Savfk, after Singed mentions his daughter, the scene cuts to Savfk, implying a connection through editing. Savfk also mentions her own father later on in a potential case of law of conservation of detail. Or I guess that is a theory crafting term I'm not 100% of, but the law of conservation of detail makes sense. If true, this will give another angle to Savfk's willingness to join Silco and her underlying loyalty to him. Interesting. So here we have the season 2 stuff. So this will be theories that are put here post season 1, potentially after trailers as well, but before season 2 is out. So I'm already seeing some funny stuff here. So introducing more Piltover / Zorn characters like Dr. Mundo. That would have been a bit much. I think Warwick was like the line fantasy-wise that they could get to. A character like Dr. Mundo would be kind of tough because he is a bit of a meme. He is pretty funny. Blitzcrank, Blitz is my boy. I've been missing him. I've been missing my grabby boy. Camille, Zack again, like the grey with the Zack faces and shit. It's like it felt like it was maybe leading somewhere, but no. Ziggs, that would have been great. Little bit of a funny rat boy, or a rat yordle man, and then Twitcher, an actual rat. Oriana, Zeri. I don't know what a Zeri is. What's a Zeri? Oh. Okay, newer character. And again, when I say new character, it might be a character that came out 6 years ago. It would be new to me. All Jost, well, technically we did get Oriana. Vi growing to become the Piltover Enforcer, and how Caitlyn will rise through the ranks to become the new sheriff. Somewhat Jost, yeah, because Caitlyn literally becomes like the dictator. The dictator of Piltover. Or the queen, or the empress, or whatever. Vi's role as an enforcer doesn't go past season 2, episode 3. But Caitlyn becomes the de facto empress of Piltover. Yeah, literally. Victor continuing his transformation into the Machine Herald. Yeah, but not really. He's the bloody magic boy. How Echo develops his time-skipping technology, and Heimerdinger learning to be more proactive and earning his moniker of revered inventor, confirmed and Jost at the same time. Well, me oh my. Jinx fighting with Savfk over Silco's operations. Yeah, literally, like Jinx and Savfk are just butt buddies and just love each other for no reason at all. Jost in the enemy of my enemy sneak peek, having Savfk pull a big damn heroes to save... Oh, I see. I get you. I was thinking they're talking about the jail sequence. But no, having Savfk pull a big damn heroes to save Jinx from the Cjbeards, Smeech and his gang with Jinx's pistol nonetheless. Introducing characters from elsewhere in Runeterra, providing hooks for again, this was what they were really missing in many elements. We have super rushed season, but there's also no hooks really for other shows. Semi-confirmed, Jinx and Vi's story ends with the second season of Arcane, but Fortiche Studios are working on other projects involving characters from Runeterra. Yeah, well, one of those is just the Bite Marks trailer, right? And currently the showrunners and writers are just exploring Noxus, Runeterra, Noxus, Ionia, and Demacia. One moment, let me grab a little bit of some more oaty-woties. Some goddamn oaty-woties. Oh my god. They taste pretty bad though. Oh, that's terrible. Oh my god. Why am I doing this to myself? What is wrong with me? Oh. Oh god. Let me get some water to wash that down. Drink some water, folks. It's good for you. All right. Now, Vi's ship tease with Caitlyn. Yep. Vi trying to make amends with her sister Jinx. Jost, kinda. Jinx making amends with Vi. Confirmed. In a technical sense. See above. What? You can't be like, see below, and then directly under that say, see above. Come on, man. But yeah, and it makes zero sense. Sorry, but it's absolute bullshit. Absolute bullshit that happened. But hey, K Sarah, you know. What will be will 3. At first, open war between Piltover and Zorn begins. But it soon becomes everyone going after Jinx. When word gets out that she killed Silco right after Jace offered Silco independence for Zorn in exchange for Jinx's surrender. Exactly. Even the people of Zorn should be after and hating Jinx because that would get out. Oh, Silco was going to gain independence for Zorn and all he had to do was give Jinx over and then Jinx kills Silco. Oh, but now she's a resistance leader, an image of rebellion. Dude, are these writers still in goddamn kindergarten, man? This is crazy. Oh, she's so good. Far out. Nuts. Everyone besides Caitlyn and Vi will, understandably, come to the conclusion that Jinx killed him and started the war just to save herself. Yes, I am so with this. Absolutely. What makes the situation worse is that Vi will be put in the same position as Vander and Silco were, forced to choose between peace and her family. With the added complication that Jinx probably killed Caitlyn's mother and she's out for revenge. Oh, dude, absolutely. While a full-scale war was almost averted when Caitlyn demanded Piltover's military to exclusively go after Jinx, the operation failed and Mbisa convinces the masses to agree. But it's not full-scale war against Zorn. It's not. We don't get that. We get a security takeover. They come in and set up security checkpoints. Where's the conflict? It's skipped over in a music video section and we just hear about it. Like, whoa, I didn't think Mbisa could deliver a Zorn so quickly. Yeah, I would have liked to see that, because that's kind of half the point of your gosh darn show, y'all. Oh my, Vi and Caitlyn will become a couple in season. Yeah, I don't give a shit. Because yeah, it's the writers want it, so it's not a theory. That is clearly what's going to happen after season 1. In the season 1 finale, Jinx did not fire just one rocket. Oh my god, a bit of a call out to the Get Jinxed music video, I do declare. During the ending montage, Caitlyn and Vi watch Jinx pull the trigger from the same positions she left them in, tied to the chair and lying on the ground. A few cuts later, they watch a rocket. Yeah, again, this is just unfortunate editing and animation. Unfortunate. Season 1's not perfect. It's nearly there, but this is a bit of an odd, like, oh, what? A few cuts later, they watch the rocket fly overhead while walking up the same ramp where Jinx fired. But by the time they could get there, the first rocket must have already impacted. This is not just an artistic choice. It was, but foreshadowing that after firing on the council, Jinx left to reload her weapon and then fired at more targets, possibly Enforcer headquarters and the airship Hexgate tower. Now, yeah, it is just unfortunate because the way it's edited and framed and the animation, it literally shows the rocket like propel out like crazy speed, and then it goes 1 mile an hour as it's slowly trailing through the sky. Yeah, I think it would have been more appropriate with this from that framing to show that actually multiple rockets were shot. But of course, because they want Jinx to be so good in season 2, they can't have her devastate the whole city like that because she's so good. Oh, speaking of, oh dear, Jinx will have a redemption arc in season 2. Why? Because she's a villain. I don't understand why she would have one, but let's see. Despite not having redeemed herself in season 1, she still had a few of her redeeming qualities, like how she felt remorse for accidentally killing her adoptive family, created a life-size. This is sign of trauma and of mental illness, not of redeeming qualities. She created a life-size doll of Milo. That is not remorse. That is an insane person. Anyway, despite how snarky he was to her, was heartbroken of being abandoned by Violet. Still had to show care for Silka. Was because he's her father. He's a manipulative, disgusting piece of shit, but she's still her daddy. And even after she killed Silco, she still had cared for him while deeply swallowed. Yes, because it was an accident. Because she was having a mental breakdown. So she may have a redemption in season 2. If what does Ziggs have to do with her redemption? If Ziggs does appear in season 2, then he could indeed grow to the consensus. Indeed grow into the... What? Wait, why did you do that? Conscientious. Oh my god. My eyes are filled with gay shit. Jinx sees him as making her more in line with her in-game personality. Christian Link, who needs to stay off the internet and not do interviews, the co-creator of Arcane, confirms that the characters will be the opposite of who they were in season 1. For Jinx's arc in the second season, if she had a big bad slippage in the first season, the second season will have her perform yet another character development and become more of an anti-hero compared to anti-villain. Christian? The characters will be the opposite of who they were in season 1? Is that why Vi needs to go on the same arc she did in season 1 multiple times? Ooh. Christian! Don't create characters that people love and then go, oh, we're going to change them. We're gonna pretend they go in an arc, but we're just gonna change them. No wonder damn near every character feels like they have flip-flopped 180'd on everything that they were set up for in season 1. No wonder. My boy. Villains who could be the arc villain of Season 2. Since Silco is dead after being shot by Jinx, there are possibilities who will be the arc villain of Season 2. Savfk, nah, she's good. Noxus, nah, they're chill. Camille, nah, she's not in it. Swain, nah, he's not in it. And Bisa, yeah. Possible future villains. The series of Arcane has introduced a few, such as Silco, Savfk, Cjbeards, and the Cjbeards. With Season 2 coming later, there are a few possibilities of what kind of new villains could appear in the new season. An evil counterpart of... An evil counterpart of Jinx. So, Jinx is what you're saying. Jinx is... who could manipulate as well as trick her into her psychopath. She already has it in Season 1. What? The decision to sit on the Jinx chair is her confirming her character. She does that, and then she shoots the council. What do we... Anyway. A greater scope villain of the first season being indirectly responsible for Silco's rise to power, the one who helped Singe discover and create Shimmer, assuming that this villain and Shimmer are connected to the Void born again. There's a lot of people that thought the Shimmer and the Void were connected. No. And will make his or her move in the second season. Yeah, I mean, you could say Ambisa, but Ambisa has nothing to do with Silco or anything like that. So, Savfk will become the... Oh, what did I say? I mean, Ambisa. Sorry, Ambisa, not Savfk. Savfk will become the arc villain of Season 2. Nope. She's just, yeah. She will ally herself with Jinx, yeah. Given that she is presumably now taking Silco's place as a leader as of Season 1 finale, she may be one for Season 2. No, she's just a massive Jinx stan and just thinks Jinx is the bee's knees. Noxus will be the villain of the Season 2. Yeah, I mean, through Ambisa, yeah. Either Mel's mum, Ambisa, is going to decide to conquer the city out of revenge, assuming that Mel is killed by the rocket, you know, it should have happened, or the man Mel's brother crossed, presumably Swain, yeah, will try and conquer the city, seeing the war between Piltover and Zorn as the opportunity to make his move, necessitating the two sides call a ceasefire to push back the Noxians. Yeah, but again, that would also just, we're gonna work together, even though there's this huge class divide between the two. Again, that kind of just leads to them. Let's work together for the greatness of Runeterra, everybody. There's just people's opinions. Oh, I'd genuinely be surprised if more Noxians don't show up. Yeah, especially given how they conquest every... Yeah, kind of crazy that you introduce the Noxians and then it's just like, it's just Ambisa. She's just like a general. And, you know, they're just chill. So we've got Camille, which I actually don't know Camille as a character very well at all. So I'll skip over that one. Just don't have much to say about it. Possible future heroes. The series Arcane has a few from League of Legends games, such as Yikes. With Season 2 coming later, there are a few possibilities. A good counterpart of Jinx, who may be able to help her as well as have her pull off a heel face turn. Zeri is a good candidate. Zeri. I don't know who that is. God, all these new bloody characters. Oh, it's the same person I just googled before. Oh, I'm dense. Oh dear. Possible new characters. The series of Arcane has introduced a few new characters such as Vander, Mal, Milo, Clagger, Deckard, Finn, and Rennie. With Season 2 coming later, there are a few possibilities of what kind of new characters could appear in the new season. A love interest for Jinx. His name is Echo, who could help her over her problems with Vi, as well as have her make amends. Yeah, cringe. Very cringe, darling. At least one of the Piltover Council dies to Jinx's rocket attack at the... Yeah. I mean, again, it should have been all of them. Yeah, the entire council dies is kind of where I was, except for, of course, Jace and Victor.
None of the council dies, but the attack on itself is enough to spark a war. Just as the first, states half your council is dead. Oh, really interesting. So in the English trailer, it's cut to your council is dead. And then in the German trailer, the full line of half your council is dead. That's crazy. That's crazy. Why do you pay trailer houses to ruin your stories? Production companies. Why do you pay other companies to spoil your story? Like, seriously. So you pay them hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not potentially millions of dollars, to these trailer houses to make dog shit that spoils your story. Why are you paying them that? Why can't you do it in-house? Seriously. Just do it in-house. Have the director, who is probably very interested in how the movie or show that they are creating is marketed and portrayed to the world before it's out, like Peter Jackson did. Gee willikers, Batman. Alrighty. Potential champion speculation. Right, from the show, so we've got Savfk, which is interesting that they didn't actually make Savfk a champion. It would make sense. She's a brawler, shimmer empowered, robot arm, built-in sword with range attacks. Makes sense. Ambisa, confirmed. Mel, confirmed. Oh, Victor's descent into outright villainy will be a major thread of Season 2. Good shit. Combining some of the above Migs, Camille will act as a primary villain for the Vi, Kate, Jinx plot thread. Trying to hunt down Jinx and murder her while Vi and Kate try to bring her in alive. Given the I'm just seeing if there's anything, because there's a lot of Camille in here. The guilt of killing Skye and creating these killers, along with the fear of his own mortality, is what eventually motivates Victor to begin to properly Cjbearize himself, a process that would have begun to repair the damage to his body caused by the Hex Core and remove his human emotions. Victor fully embracing his identity as the Machine Herald could even be the Season 2 equivalent of Powder fully becoming Jinx. Well, my. Not only will Vander be resurrected as Warwick, but Silco will also be resurrected some way in the future. Maybe in Season 2, either by Singed or by some other means, but it will come with some modifications to his body, maybe mechanical, and in this form, he will also be introduced as a champion in League of Legends. I don't know about all that, especially if it's Jhin. Jace will make Victor save Mel with Hex Core's power. It's pretty characteristic of Jace to stop thinking straight when his loved ones gets hurt. And even though he should already know that the Hex Core is bad news, and Victor is like an addict who doesn't have any self-control to refuse, this will push Victor towards his path of becoming the Machine Herald, and will make Jace seem like a hypocrite when he'll eventually get cold feet about the process. Interesting. I mean, I can definitely, again, because it's like the two would have completely split off, and then that would just kind of almost be the final nail, him like pushing Victor to use the Hex Core more. And Bisa is lying about her reason for being in, like, well, that's like kind of yes, but kind of no. She doesn't want Hex power to protect her clan. She only told Mel that as a cover. Her real mission is to ascertain Piltover's defenses and government and prepare it for Noxian invasion, which is absolutely what should have been happening. Like, that's absolutely what a Noxian general would be doing, especially one who is allowed to bring her soldiers into your city. Gee willikers. On one hand, a common enemy for the two cities to unite against might be the only way to get their leadership to settle their differences, and also be the perfect way to up the ante. On the other hand, that seems a little bit too easy as a way to help treat the mental wounds left by generation. Exactly. That's why I dislike just the fact that it's, in a montage, everyone's working together. just suddenly, within like 5 minutes, everything's fine. It's just so whack. So whack. Urgot would be indirectly responsible for Silco's rise to power and be the big bad of Season 2. Would have been interesting. Urgot would have a different backstory like Vi, and revealed to be the greater scope villain of Season 1, aka the bigger fish than Silco, Finn was mentioning to Savfk. Well, actually, that's obviously in reference to Ambisa, unknowing to Finn, just because of the verb or the dialogue match cut that happens. He says, they're a bigger fish than Silco, and then it cuts to Ambisa's airship arriving in Piltover. Helping Silco recover from his injuries, Season 2 would be the right moment for Urgot to come out of hiding now that Silco is dead. He could even convince Savfk to join him to take over both Piltover and Zorn. Maybe. Oh, big one here. The series will end with Jinx's death. Confirmed rip. Given the pace and the tone of the story, this seems to be what it is all leading up to. Yes and no. I do think that as the Season 1 finale, Jinx has gone too far, and death is the only fate that awaits her. However, given how vast the world of League of Legends is and how widely successful the series is, the creators will be allowed to explore other parts of the setting once the Piltover and Zorn arc, for lack of a better term, has been resolved. There are plenty of other locations filled with political strife for the writers to take advantage of. And with Piltover now being an international trade and travel hub, it is a perfect starting point. Confirmed and not confirmed, right? Confirmed in the show, not confirmed in the show. Jinx is just in the back pocket at the moment. Oh, I wish Fiddlesticks will appear. Wouldn't that be great? Fiddlesticks is described on the League of Legends website as being drawn to areas thick with paranoia. And Piltover certainly has a lot to fear. Plus, as the Wooby sub-page can attest, there is a lot of trauma going around, which Fiddlesticks or any of the demons, yes, Fiddlesticks is a demon, as kind of funny and haha and memey as he is a demon, would be more than happy to exploit. Plus, Fiddlesticks is associated with crows. Now, what bird follows Jinx around? It's Swain. Fiddlesticks' line to taunt Jinx, oh, here we go, in the game, Jinx, all your fault. Interesting. Alternatively, Fiddlesticks will get new taunts directed towards League champions who appear in the show, plus Ambisa. Yeah, I don't know about all that. Vi's backstory from the game will be used in the show at some point. Vi's game backstory says she's an amnesiac orphan who spent her childhood in Zornite orphanage called House Hope. Though it may seem like a conflict with what is seen in the series, as the series can be seen as a bit of a prequel to the game, the backstory featured in the game will actually be used for Vi at some point in the show. We know she joins the Enforcers in the game, and if she does that for the show, it could be possible that Caitlyn came up with the backstory to not only allow Vi to join the Enforcers, but to also keep her safe, in addition to keeping the truth about Vi's relationship to Jinx a secret. Interesting, yeah. Who is this person? It's just she's got amnesia. She's just an orphan, but she's a good fighter. And she's really hot, and I just love what she does to me. An interplay of sex and violence will happen and involve Vi and Jinx. Well, Vi has a beautiful lovemaking moment with Caitlyn, while Jinx is viciously fighting against her many enemies. AKA, she's trying to off herself. That's pretty violent. Oh, no. Oh. Two ways of dealing with trauma, right? Sex and violence. Yikes. Savfk will be a sacrificial lion to introduce Warwick. Yeah, completely jossed. Specifically, Savfk will fight Vi a third time, come close to killing her, and then come closer to killing her than her prior two encounters. Warwick will somehow become aware of them, perhaps the fight is in Singed Lab, or of course all of the blood. Notice Vi is in mortal peril, have a flash memory about knowing and protecting Vi, then charge in and kill Savfk. Vi will be stunned at what happened, and seeing her fear, Warwick will flee. Completely jossed, Savfk survives the series, doesn't fight Vi again, and has only the briefest of encounters with Warwick. Oh dear. Many characters will give a "the reason you suck" speech to Jinx at different points, in different ways. So I'm guessing that's just a writing thing. It goes from the least to most close relation. So it's got Savfk, Echo, Vi. I'm not really going to go into all that. There will be time skips, like in the first season had 2 time skips. This season will have at least 2. Confirmed during the Anarchy Festival, Arc 2 will involve Vi becoming an alcoholic and taking part in shading underground fighting rings. She spends most of her days fighting, nights partying, and lives in a small, dirty apartment. During that montage, Vi has a whole new look to indicate the time skip and her sanity slippage due to having no one left to protect anymore. Unfortunately, we also have a time skip during the Paint the Town Blue music video section. We just don't know how much time has passed at all. The writers didn't see fit to tell us. The reason for the season will end on a bittersweet ending. Bitter. Jinx is all alone with no one, not even Vi, wanting anything to do with her. She doesn't face any justice for her crimes. Oh, booyah! And is on the run in the universe. Zorn has a long way to recover from its independence, and the relationship between them and Piltover has a long way to recover. While Vi and Echo do see each other from time to time, they now have drastically different lives. That is barely bitter. That's fine. That's just a fine ending. I don't know about y'all. Sweet! Zorn is free from Piltover's tyranny. Well, okay. In a twisted example, Jinx is still alive, which makes Vi, in a very complicated way, very happy. Vi has gained some level of closure from her trauma. Vi and Caitlyn are an official couple and working to give true justice in both Piltover and Zorn. Zorn's Piltover's tyranny. That's crazy. Okay. Again, I thought the show was a little bit more grey than that, but yeah, all right. Bulbook. Oh. What? Oh, I love this. Bulbook will survive Jinx's attack and become an antagonist in Season 2. Bro, I love that. Given that he is at least partially made of metal, he's also like a gas man, he's likely the most durable... Nah, bro, he just popped apart. He didn't even get caught in the explosion, just a gust of wind popped his head off and now he's dead. All the gas seeped out of him, now he's gone. He also is the most openly hostile to both magic and the Undercity. Jace, Victor, and Mel will survive due to plot armor. But will be incapacitated. The rest of the council will die, leaving Bulbook as the sole functioning councillor. He will try to use this to become a de facto dictator. If he does succeed, his reign will be very brief, but lasting long enough to order a heavy-handed retaliation against the Undercity. Bulbook was shown to have literally lost his head in the aftermath. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. Vi and Caitlyn will leave Piltover/Zorn at the end of Season 2, possibly to find Jinx. I just don't give a shit. Jinx's rocket didn't just explode. Oh my. Seeing that Jinx's rocket was hex charged, it didn't just hit the council building and explode. It'll rip a hole in reality, causing it to bridge an opening between parallel universes. LoL has introduced parallel realities, such as Pulsefire and Project. Due to Jinx, she not only started a war between Piltover and Zorn, but she inadvertently started a war between the reality that Piltover and Zorn exist in with a parallel reality as well. Considering Victor and Jace's Hex core is in the same building, there's a good chance that the combination of the core and the rocket will resolve in something way worse than a normal explosion. Also, the explosion doesn't just affect the council, but given the powerful nature of hex tech, it also causes extreme damage to any surrounding areas of the explosion, meaning that Jinx has caused an untold number of casualties. No. Jinx is good. Jinx is good. Redemption. Vi spends a day with Jinx. I don't give a shit. The reveal of what happened between Caitlyn and Vi in the bedroom scene from the first scene. What? They have their first kiss, with Vi initiating it and ending up falling asleep while cuddling. What? This is a reveal? This is a reveal people have been waiting a season to see? They have their first time, but afterwards have to talk about Jinx. Wow, that was really good. Damn, you're really talented at that. Anyway, so my psychotic sister's going around murking people. We should probably do something about that, right? And hey, sorry about what happened to your mom. But that tongue do good work, babe. There is a time skip after, which there technically is. Yes. And then even, so my assumption, right, is that the time skip that we see during the Paint the Town Blue music video also covers off during the Cocktail Molotov. I assume that is showing the same time skip. But yeah, anyway. Gunfight between, whatever. Two characters fight. Whoa. Whoa. Vi and Caitlyn will have a moment where they are a battle couple. Fine. Caitlyn comes up with elaborate traps to rid the Undercity of criminals. She is a trap master. She's going to set up cupcakes everywhere. She will... Yeah, sure. Flashback of Cassandra teaching Caitlyn how to shoot a rifle. Oh. Yeah, that would have been nice. Especially like when she's talking about her or something. That would have been cool. Vi comes to understand Vanda's desire for peace. Yeah. That'd be great. In Act 1, all Vi wanted to do was a chance for a better life for Zorn, even if it meant going to war, but Vanda cautioned her against it. Come Season 2, Vi sees the destruction and deaths caused by Jinx's weapon, and comes to the sobering realization of what Vanda meant. All war does is cause untold suffering. She might also see siblings mourning the loss of their parents, reminding her, oh dear, of her childhood trauma. Yeah. Too bad that ain't gonna happen, am I right, folks? Yikes. Let me just put my phone on the charger for you. There we go. Lovely jubbly. Alright. Yeah, I mean, that would have been nice, right? That would have been nice. Again, that works into like the cycle of violence, the cycle that, that I thought was going to happen. The repeating actions of Vanda and Silco being repeated through Vi and Jinx. But yeah, of course, we had to do other things. The last drop. Oh, good call. The last drop will be fully destroyed, possibly by Jinx's own hand during a brawl with Enforcers, the Firelights, or even Ambisa's troops. By Enforcers while looking for Jinx. But yeah. Absolutely, that does happen, but Jinx burns it down, which it is unfortunate, right? Because it's the doubly wobbly troubly of this is Silco's place now, and it is a representation of Silco, and Silco is a place for trauma for Jinx, but it is also Vanda's place, and burning that down, I think, has some pretty intense symbology behind it as well in regards to Powder and Jinx and her mental state and her past and everything. But yeah, she burns it down, including Silco's beautiful chair. Echo becomes a shipper on deck for Vi and Caitlyn. I've never heard that term before, shipper on deck. Echo will notice Vi and Caitlyn becoming closer together and will probably tease Vi on her growth. I don't know what that means, but yeah, look, I mean, anything. It does blow my mind that there are so many theories that, Caitlyn and Vi are going to get together. It's like, yeah, of course. The writers spent how long in season 1 making that relationship work and then having them split? Like, of course, guys. Anyway. Vi will sing Dear Friend Across the River. I think she does that at the end, right? Or she's like whistling it or humming it. Vi's actress Haley Steinfeld is also a singer. Wow, I don't think Vi is a singer. I think it is much better for her to hum or whistle something than just Vi suddenly breaks out in song. I'm not sure that would work for me. She's humming it. Yeah. And yeah, again, the beautiful motif that is all throughout season 1 and season 2. We hear it so many times. Nice amount of times in season 2 as well. And then, yeah, it's nice that, the show starts with Powder singing that song, and then the show kind of ends with Vi humming it. Yes. Yes, Blackpaw. And then calls herself the dirt under Caitlyn's nails and says, babe, you're never gonna clean me out. That's what she said. Hashtag cringe. Hashtag OMG. Hashtag WTF. Why would you end your show on a that's what she said line? What? And then also, like, you... yeah. Not only is that how you end it, but how insulting that is to Zornites. Like, Caitlyn, this wealthy, high-up Kiriman Piltover, and Vi, this orphaned Zornite. Yeah, babe, I'm the dirt under your nails. Yikes. 47 hours of work. What's that in reference to, mate? 47 hours of work. I don't know, I'm missing something there. Brother. Jinx will start to become kinder. I'm just going to move on from that. Yeah, I'm the dirt on it. Cool, I needed a manicure, yeah. Is that Maddie chick still around? She knew what she was doing, let me tell you what. It took the writers 47 hours to come up with that line. Oh, right. Are you serious? That's a meme, right? Like, that's a meme. That's like Amanda or something was like, yeah, it took days for us to come up with that last line. Please tell me that's a meme, Black Tiger Paw. Dead serious? No. That line took them days and days of work hours to... Bro. Yo, took me 47 hours to come up with a cringe that's what she said line, which is incredibly insulting to my people and downright xenophobic towards Zornites. What? Oh, Christian, Amanda, what are y'all smoking? Oh... I mean, the cost of the second season ballooned because of script rewrites. And I'm sure there was an element of the writing strike, maybe much like with House of the Dragon, caused some real issues where these cringe, untalented writers who are scared of being replaced by AI go out of their way to ruin good shows that costs hundreds of millions of dollars because they are cringe dogshit writers. Hey, here's a little thought. If you're concerned that you're going to be replaced by an AI, how's about you, I don't know, show off your talents and show, I'm going to be the person in the future using AI as a tool to help me write my stories instead of, oh, I can't write for shit. I hope I don't get replaced by a robot. Dude, piss off. The most cushy dream job of any creative, and you're out there striking, and you're out there ruining shows because of the stupid ways that that Hollywood works. Right, and these big production companies work. Oh, you have to have X amount of people, and they have to be in the friggin' in the why am I blanking on that? The like when they're in the guild, the guilds, but it's not. It's for workers. The unions. Why did I bloody blank on unions, mate? But like, you have to have union writers, and you have to do this, and you have to do that, and it's like, oh, we can't do any rewrites because a strike is going on. Bro, piss, like, actually get out of town. You are writers for Hollywood. 97% of you are talentless losers. Jesus Christ. That frankly deserve to be replaced by AI because you write the most cringe dog shit nonsense. Script rewrites were in 2019 before COVID and the strikes, but they had issues then. Well, there's also the element of, with the way that the show is developed, things could change. And then a rewrite is necessary, and the writers are unavailable because they're out at a picket line being cringe. Again, if you don't want to be replaced, do a better job. Pretty simple. Pretty simple, y'all. Yeah, I think, and there is also, again, like I do concede that there will always be the element of maybe they had planned for more seasons, they had written season 2, and then Netflix were like, you need to finish the story. And then instead of, pulling everything back and fixing it and making one season make sense to finish your story, they were just like, nah, we're just going to squeeze like 5 seasons worth of content together and it's going to be dog shit. And everyone's going to love it. What is this? Jinx will, I think, will have a British accent at some point. Why? Am I missing something? I don't know why that's a theory, but all right. Conversely, Jinx's first arrest will cause her to become more like her in-game counterpart. And she'll come to the conclusion that her sister sparing her life means she cares, and is simply playing a game with her, not trying to actually harm her, so she'll act as the bad guy, lead Vi and Caitlyn on a merry chase, get arrested, and then go... Look, that's all fine and dandy. She's a murderer. She's murdered people, so... 2 seasons were a mistake, and normies ate it up. 2 seasons were absolutely a mistake. Again, each arc of this season, each 3 episodes, is an entire season. As I've said before, the paint the town blue stuff, the Cjbeards street gangland warfare during the sucker music, like that is an entire season's worth of conflict, and it is resolved in a 2-minute music section. I like using that as showing that time has passed, but again, when you are so kind of trying to squeeze everything, it makes it more and more obvious that you're just trying to blast through all this stuff, and you go from this really tight, condensed story dealing with small actions resulting from characters' relationships that actually affect the world at large. It just kind of unfocuses, pulls all the way out, and it just, well, that's what she said. And it's quite shit because of it. I feel bad for Ash Brannon. He said in a Billy interview that all the real talent left. Is Ash the one that left? Because I know there was like one of the core writers buggered off. Or is Ash one of the ones that remained? But yeah, I can see that, like, especially in the writer's room, because there are many writers from season 1 that are working on season 2, but yikes, where did all that talent go? Or was it there to begin with? Did you guys just get lucky? Really? Arcane season 1 was just luck? Ugh. Please tell me that's not the case. He was one of them. He was the Pixar writer. Yeah. That's like when you see core people like that leave between seasons, it becomes pretty obvious where the talent lied, or at least they looked at them to guide them, right? And then that guiding hand left, and they just went absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy. A character will... Wow, I mean, yes. yes, Jinx, yep, does try and play Sudoku on her body with grenades. After seeing her fire the rocket, Caitlin would yeah, of course, kills her mum. Come on now. How the first season 2 intro will begin. Jinx explosion goes off in the council. Caitlin will help watchlessly. Everyone from Zorn and Piltover stare in awe and horror, and Jinx looks on with a neutral, cold expression. I want to know who decided to lift scenes from Age of Ultron. That's a major travesty. Yeah. Like, it went Marvel in all the wrong ways. It took all the worst lessons from Marvel-esque writing and put it into what was an amazing story, an amazing piece of television. And again, as you said before, mate, the normies eat it up, and it confuses me beyond belief. Again, like, you show... Well, that's also the sad thing, right? People love episode 7. Why? Oh, Time Bomb. I wanted to see Time Bomb. They gave it to me. They fed me treats. That's it. That's all people give a shit, really, about, which is super unfortunate. They don't care if the relationship makes sense or if it works. They just want to have the imagery. That's all. I noticed it with Jinx's What's Wrong With My Pants. Oh, dude. 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 And the fact that, like, look... I talked about this in my episode reviews. I went, this is one of the points where I went absolutely barmy. Like, it is insane to me that an enforcer, after 2 surprise attacks from Zorn, and after you have arrested a whole bunch of Jinxes and all these Zornites, that someone with blue hair appears and says, ha-ho-hee, I'm Jinx, you got me, cha-hoo-cha-hee, and then that enforcer's response is, nah, I don't believe you. Your pants are cringe. Dude, they thought that was funny. Dude. Awful. I'm sorry, but you can't show the enforcers as these big, scary, fascist entities that, police brutality, this, that, and the other, and then also have them be cringe lords that don't take their jobs or roles seriously and is more interested on someone's pants. Like, bro, again, there were so many times where it's like, you just pause and you go, oh, they thought that was funny. Wow. Why are we wasting time and just ruining these things? Oh, just for a laugh, just for a hee. And then Jinx pulls the finger at that guy, and it's like, oh, you mean to tell me that this enforcer doesn't know one of his team member has or has not, doesn't have a robotic finger? I think you'd notice that. If someone on your team who you were willing to flirt with, or at least do the mwah, 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 mwah face to, you'd think you'd know that about them, right? And then Jinx... anyway. I'm with you. 100%. 100% with you. Anyway, let's see if there's any actually interesting things here. The last scene in the series, lol. Ella Purnell said that season 2 will have a downer ending. Ella, of course, is the voice actress for Jinx. Or at least a dark, bittersweet ending. And what's more tragic is both sisters fully embracing becoming mortal enemies. At least fans will have an ending of Jinx's campaign and League... Yeah, look, it's no. It's in Arc 1, Episode 3. Sorry. And they are together. They don't fight. They fight together, back to back, as good old sisters. Yikes. Funny. Her line should have been, my outfit is better than yours, toots. Yeah. Or Why do you give a shit about my pants? I am a terrorist that has murdered a bunch of your co-workers and council members. Even if I'm not Jinx proper, clearly I have dyed blue hair and you've just arrested a bunch of Jinxes. So how's about you do your job and be a professional instead of this absolute cringe lord the writer turned you into? And then Savfk teleports behind this woman, literally instant transmissions behind her, and knocks her out. Like, and no one notices that she's suddenly gone. She's suddenly like 6 inches shorter and like a different body type. Like, it's just so shit. It's so bad. Jinx and Echo, yeah, they'll join forces after, Jinx tries to off herself multiple times, and then Echo has a conversation with her. And then it's fine. Isn't that just cringe? Jinx and Echo will have a ship tease. They have a lot more than a tease. Me oh my. Singed will be recruited to create his infamous chemical WMDs. Oh, Ionia is going to see that in... Oh, what's this? Ionia is going to see that proper if we get the Ionia show. Or the Noxus invasion of Ionia. Okay, Isha will lose a leg. Interesting. Isha, the young girl who befriends Jinx, is the Zornite urchin from Legends of Runeterra. Hold on, let me... Zornite urchin... Legends of Runeterra. Let's have a look. Oh, I mean, no, this is way off, but that is reasonably interesting. Okay. Interesting. I mean, that's... looks literally nothing like Isha, so I don't know where this is from, but hey, we'll go with it. They have the same eye color. The Zornite urchin's hairstyle is a longer version of Isha's. Is it really? In Legends of Runeterra, the Zornite urchin has graffiti. Oh, similar in the style of Jinx's painting on her coat. Okay. One noticeable difference is the Zornite urchin has a prosthetic leg. Well, sorry. Isha's dead. She is dust. Is there a card that is just a pile of dust on the ground? Or ash? That could be Isha. Someone will become another enemy of Caitlyn. Fine. I mean, Ambisa does, so... Yeah. Vi will be forced into an enemy mine with Jinx. Likely to take on Warwick once they find out... What is this? An enemy mine? What does that mean? My enemy is a friend. Okay. That's easy to figure out. Loris will turn out to be related to Vander. His resemblance to Vander and the odd pseudo build-up to his face being shown will be revealed as him being Vander's biological younger brother, son, or nephew who moved to Piltover long ago after a split with Vander over how to Zandal Zornite's oppression. You would think if, if Vander had biological family members that maybe when he died they would look after the kids, the adopted children of said family member. But alright. Loris's resemblance to Vander will cause Jinx to hallucinate. Nope. He's just a big guy, Maddie is definitely going to die. Maddie is shown to be nothing. Oh no! Oh no! Maddie is shown to be nothing but a sweet, cheerful, and supportive girl, even as Caitlyn effectively becomes the head of a police state at the end of Act 1. Someone as innocent as her screams, "I have death flags, yes, but for a different reason," all over her face, and her untimely death will serve as a breaking point for Caitlyn, making her realize the full ramifications of everything she's done under ambitious machinations. Ooh, if so, that's going to be an uncomfortable trope now. Bury your gaze doesn't even... What does that mean? Bury your gaze doesn't even apply to... What is this? Before I jump in. Why are you standing outside my house with your hands on my fence, staring at my house? What are you doing? Okay. All right, pal. Yeah, just eye up my house. What? Oh, are you doing it some more, are you? Okay, pal. What the Oh my, if you didn't know, where I stream, I'm looking through blinds that you can only see one way through, to the front of my house. Oh, that was a bit of a nicer sight walking past. And yeah, some guy was just literally just walked up and stood there and was just like, "Oh, look at this place. Hopefully no one's watching me." This trope is the presentation of deaths of LGBTQ characters, where these characters are nominally able to be viewed as more expendable than their heterosexual part. Okay. All right. Bury your gaze, I guess. I have not heard of that before. Bury your gaze, killing gay characters for the plot. I mean, I understand, like, they're more expandable, people seeing it like that, but hey, man, characters die. You know, is what it is. But I can see where people come from with that, I'm sure. I'm not advocating for Maddie dying by any stretch, but I think the show's portrayal of non-straight characters and anyone can die attitude towards champion characters gets them into the clear of the accusation that this is Marcus? Silco? I mean, Silco probably is gay, to be fair. Let's be fair, but we don't know that. Grayson, maybe she's a butch lesbo. Again, we don't know that. Milo and Clagger, I guess they're young, and people ship them, but you know, I don't think that trope really applies to a show like Arcane. Come on, y'all. Vander dead. Again, people ship Silco and Vander. It is what it is. Anyway. Half confirmed Maddie does die, but it's because she's secretly a Noxian spy who attempted to execute Caitlyn, but was stopped by Ambisa. Ambisa is at least bi, right? Yeah, I mean, again, Arcane, the vast majority of POV characters are either gay or bi, so it's a hard thing to chuck onto Arcane, because then no one would die. Simple as that. Maddie will understand Caitlyn choosing Violet. No, she seems to be sweet, naive young lady. Nah, bro, she wants to shoot her in the face. Oh dear. All right, Cassandra, Caitlyn's mother, is Jana. What? No. Okay, not literally. Okay, rather the Undercity has stories about how Jana saved them from the grave. However, we know Caitlyn's mother was one of the ones who developed the ventilation systems. Oh, I getcha. That makes a lot more sense, because yes, she did. We also know the Grey seems to mess up people's senses somewhat. Perhaps who they saw was actually Caitlyn's mother. No, I don't like that part. What I like is that Cassandra represents Jaina or Jana in some way. Not that the people of Zorn were confused and thought, oh my god, Jane is here to save us again. No, it's just more of like a, you know, in a religious setting, it would be like the second coming, quote unquote, but not Jaina or Jana proper. Vander's flashback shows Silco being present, at the riot, where Felicia and Connell died, and show him throwing a Molotov cocktail right before flashing. Well, we don't know he threw that. We just see a Molotov cocktail, and we see a guy on fire, and then it cuts to him, or it zooms to him, I should say. I take this to mean that Silco throwing that cocktail was the first act of violence in whatever rally or demonstration he and Vander had organised on the bridge, causing it to erupt into violence. No. The entire point of Vander's character is he was a violent rebellion leader. He took those people to the bridge to fight. Let's not get things twisted. He goes on his own off-screen arc because he adopts these children. But no, let's not pretend that Vander was some sweet guy. He is now, but he wasn't always. Again, he took Silco to the harbour to drown him. Let's be frank and beans here, guys. All right. Give me about 60 odd seconds, and we will finish this up. I'll be back. All right. Time to bury all of my gays. All right. Post-series predictions. So I guess that this is all of the predictions. Oh, shit. I thought this was going to be another massive list. Okay, that's all right. We've got one more thing to look at after this, and then we can wrap it up. So, there will be a completely new League of Legends game that is entirely on the aftermath of the show going forward. League of Legends game. With how much Arcane has deviated from the initial League of Legends timeline and lore, there is a high possibility. Now, I have thought about this. I think, especially with Marvel Rivals coming out and just blitzing and literally showing all of these studios that a free-to-play hero shooter is still incredibly viable, especially if you have pre-established IPs and characters that people love. League of Legends could turn into some kind of hero shooter of some kind. Singed will get his comeuppance, probably in the form of Orianna coming back wrong somehow. Of course, it is possible it'll turn him even worse and cause more suffering than he already did in the show. Obviously, tell that to the Ionians. League of Legends is an in-universe game on Runeterra that is based on their infamous figures. Interesting. By the end of Arcane, many champions of the show that were featured the show are either dead, Warwick and Bessa, lost, Victor, Jace, Heimerdinger, well, Heimerdinger is dead, or changed in important ways. Caitlyn losing her eye, Singed being Orianna's creator/father, Jinx most likely leaving the cities behind in ways that do not reflect their status in the present setting of the game. Well, the trouble with all of that is now Arcane is just straight up canon. So, yeah, it doesn't really work. An explanation of this can be that the League of Legends is, like many fictional crossover stories / media, a Runeterra-wide MOBA game that was released long after the events of the show. Many of the show characters have mostly become historical figures that many people don't have detailed knowledge of, which leads to their game versions being characterized, you know what I'm talking about, versions of their real life selves. Most prominent is Jinx being a giddy, mad bomber with a lot of screws loose in-game. That's because they changed her character, but that's alright. That's alright. Anyway, that was cool. Lots of interesting stuff in there that I hadn't really seen before. Alright. And now we've got everyone's favourite screen rant. Where is the actual... Oh, yep. That looks like it works. Okay, Jason Victor. So this is the Screen Rant Season 2 theories. What is it? Arcane Season 2's 8 biggest theories ahead of League of Legends show's return. Amazing. These are probably really good because Screen Rant is just the best. Jason Victor are the sole survivors of Jinx's attack. The outcome of the blast is the biggest question mark of Season 2. Season 1 of Arcane ended with a stunning sequence set to the soundtrack of Sting's What Could Have Been, as Jinx fires a Hex-Tekken-powered rocket straight into the chambers of Piltover's council during a critical decision. Oh, God. Among the attendants are the 3 most important characters are Mel Medarda, Victor, Jace, and Caitlyn's mother, Cassandra. Oh, screw Bulbook, Salo, Shola, and, I don't care about him anymore. He's dead. Figuring out who survives this dramatic act of terrorism will be the most crucial deciding factor in formulating how Season 2 will develop, with Victor and Jace seemingly to be the only characters critical enough to survive, darling. The most dramatic suggestion for an outcome is the idea that Jace is the only one to survive, becoming hardened in his attitude towards Zorn after Mel's death. Yes, because it really looked like everyone was dead. As Piltover was in the process of voting to make peace with Zorn during the attack, the most positive decision reached within the voting will almost certainly be rolled back. The most dramatic suggestion for an outcome is the idea that Jace is the only one to survive. Bro, they quote their own... Dude, Screen Rant. You're trolling, right? You quote your own sentence 2 sentences before it. Bro. The same goes for Caitlyn, whose anguish was already given a glimpse of at the end of Season 1, saw her watch Jinx's rocket streak across the sky straight towards her mother. Oh my good mercy, oh, how terribly depressing. Actually, half the council survive, and that's because Mel has magic. Oh my. Vander becomes Warwick, a theory that is all but confirmed, darling. One of the most popular monstrous champions in League of Legends, Warwick is a fearsome... One of the most popular monstrous champions in League. You're trolling, right? You are trolling me. Hold on. Someone has just arrived. Let me mute for 2 ticks. I'll be back, see what this person wants. BRB, BRB, BRB.
Sorry about that, folks. Some strange old man decided to come and visit me. Definitely not related to me at all. He's a strange old crazy man, just off the streets. Anyway, well, this is kind of cringe. One of the most popular monstrous champions is Warwick. That is hilarious. Anyway, Warwick is a fearsome beast known to prowl the streets of Zorn. Oh my, a werewolf-like hunter powered by chemtech. Warwick was once a normal man, experimented on by none other than Singed himself, darling, to become the creature he is by the time he is in League of Legends. Arcane seems to be pointing towards the origin story of Warwick, alongside its other famous League of Legends character slated for Season 2. Well, oh well. Early in the first season, only the slightest hints of Vander becoming Warwick come up, being referred to as the former Hound of the Underground. Oh my. Yeah, that's not a theory. Again, that's like foreshadowing. Victor begins his glorious evolution from timid inventor to machine herald. Oh my god, again, that is just literally that character's... Holy shit. Do you see a lot of whack stuff when you are just watching the road outside? People are fucking insane. Anyway, Jesus Christ. Victor is another character in Arcane who appears dramatically different from his appearance in League of Legends. Well, starting the series as a colleague and eventual close friend and hashtag lover of Jace, Victor is a Zorn-raised genius with an unfortunate, unspecified illness. Towards the end of the first season, his story arc begins to revolve around his increasing desperation in finding a way to overcome his condition via the dangerous experimental hex core, resulting in a deadly explosion that kills his assistant and transforms him into a living piece of hextech. Okay. Is he about to... No, he's gone. Alright, Cjbeards. In the video game, Victor is obsessed with his glorious revolution. Evolution? Revolution? Screen rant. Essentially, the elimination of human error through forced mechanization. Oh my. It could be that the injuries he sustained from Jinx's rocket will only further increase his resilience in hextech machinery, truly transforming him into the cybernetic Victor as seen in League of Legends. In the video game, his obsession with his glorious revolution... Essentially, again, you're quoting yourself. Like, this is insane. Oh my god. Season 2 could see Victor fully begin orchestrating his terrifying vision for a world ruled by machines, shunning emotion after witnessing the disastrous results of Jinx and Vi's falling out first hand. What would that have to do? Shunning emotion after witnessing the disastrous results of Jinx and... Why would Victor give a shit? Anyway, Ambisa will bring Noxus to Zorn. Oh, you mean the Noxian military general? Oh, I don't know. Piltover and Zorn are both ripe for the taking. Malmedada helped tie the larger world of League of Legends Runeterra into Arcane by way of her mother, Ambisa, a warlord from the expansionist empire Noxus. Ambisa clearly seems to think little of Piltover and Zorn's core beliefs, but recognizes the strategic value both cities' fantastic technology. The strategic value of both cities' fantastic technology? Strategic value? I mean, I guess the Hex Gates are pretty great. But again, Ambisa makes a point of saying that magic is dog shit, and Noxus thinks it's dog shit and cowardly. Oh,
Better go get this magic. Okay. Well, Noxus is at war with another nation during the events of Season 1. The dramatic death of most of Piltover's leadership could result in the priority change for the opportunistic Noxian leadership, especially if one of those people is her daughter. The power vacuum currently left in both Piltover and Zorn, with the deaths of the Council and Silco, respectively, presents a ripe opportunity for Noxus to step in as a conquering force. Yeah, here we go. This took a few sentences to get there. Not only that, but the death of her daughter Mel could give Ambisa a very personal stake in the invasion. Maybe the slaughter of her daughter might give her some... Okay. If the survivors of Jinx's attack can't take control of Piltover in time, the city could very well risk becoming a vassal state of Noxus, expanding the Empire's... Yeah, again, it should have gone this route, but no. Ambisa just wants to turn all of Runeterra into robo-slaves. Okay. Hey, Jiki, just wanted to come back and say I had the genius idea to say to AI, give me similar songs to X artist to try and find more music similar to the ones we use. Ooh, how did that go for you? Because I get one of the things is, music and art and stuff like that. I do wonder the ability for AI to kind of comprehend something like that quite well, more in regards to it'll be like, oh, this is the same genre and tempo, similar instruments used, where when a person listens to it, it's like you're looking for the sound, right? I haven't gone into the findings yet, but I bet it could work well. You'll have to let me know. Again, as I say, it would be quite interesting if the AI is just like, well,
this is the same genre, so therefore this is the same song.
Or if the AI would be like,
well, I listened to these music and oh my goodness, it sounds so fantastic.
I don't know. We'll see. You'll have to let me know on that one. I'm hesitant, but it's a good idea. Yeah, it could be inconsistent. I'll still let you know. Inconsistent? Yeah. We'll see. It would be quite a thing. The voice changer. No, that's not a voice changer. That's just me.
That's just me doing a robot voice. It's kind of what I do.
I like I've done many voices in my days. No need to modulate them. No need to use technology or software.
You just freaking do it, bro. You just freaking do it with your voice.
Add me on Discord if you want me to update you on that, if you have it. I do have Discord. I never, ever use it, but this would be a good reason to. Where is it? There it is. I'll chuck you on right way. I swear the way it said it was not even real. Wow, I appreciate that. That's definitely a compliment on my
Microsoft Sam voice.
It's literally just you talk while you're breathing in instead of breathing out.
And then you do like a little bit of a robotic sounding thing, and then it sounds like this.
That's all you gotta do. Magic. Like goddamn magic. Alright, I am opening Discordia. Right, meow. I haven't opened it in a while, so it's downloading 10 trillion updates. But yeah, let me just do this before I forget, because I'm a forgetful boy. Probably smoking for over a decade also helps with a voice like that. That probably benefits, quote unquote, being able to do voices like that. I used to do a lot of impressions all the time. Let me get. You've got Nitro. What does that even mean? What does it mean? Add a friend. Here we go. Key 64. Is the 64 the Nintendo 64? Or were you born in 1964? Success. Your friend request was sent. Oh my goodness. Streamer mode is enabled. Usernames have been truncated. Oh, that's pretty good. That's cool. It does that. Cool. Ah, and you've added me. That's me, bro. The media gruel. Alrighty. Nitro. Nitro is just Discord Plus, basically. Okay, is that like the paid version? All right, Singedy. Not a whole lot to it. I think it was the numbers for a password back in the day. Oh, true, right. Thought you were a big Nintendo 64 guy, you know. Played friggin' Mario, every day, man. And let me tell you what, I played the original Super Smash Brothers, Mario Kart, and a little bit of Legend of Zelda, just between you and me. All right, then take care. I'll keep you posted. And yes, it's paid. Thank you so much, mate. I definitely appreciate you jumping in. And yeah, if that AI works out for you, I might have to steal that idea. I can appreciate some Nintendo. Hey, Nintendo, classic. They know how to make games. You know, they just know how to make games. Simple as that. Alrighty. Singed turns out to be Stanwyck Pediddly. Oh my god. His connection to Victor could be proof enough. Well, Stanley also, Stanwyck never made anything that worked, and Singed clearly makes stuff that works, but okay, let's have a look. Behind the events of the tragic creation of many of Zorn's monsters in both League of Legends and Arcane is none other than Singed, darling, the twisted chemical expert that holds little regard for life, human or otherwise. Oh my, Singed's origins are still something of a mystery, and it's very possible that he could be some kind of outcast from Piltover's academia that found himself in the stumps of Zorn. Well, we know that from Singed's backstory, but okay. There's little doubt that Singed is not a scientist, that Singed... Yeah, no shit. It's not his real name. There's little doubt that Singed is not the scientist's real name, and some evidence points to his real name being none other than Stanwyck Pediddly. Could you imagine making Singed and then being like, yeah, bro, that's Pediddly. That's the Pediddly guy. Oh my. In the League of Legends lore, Stanwyck Pediddly is a name that has woven its way through the background of several Piltover champions. Pediddly is known for taking credit from Victor for the creation of Blitzcrank, one of his first robots, and resurrecting the Zornite tyrant Urgot into his monstrous mechanical form. Oh my. Arcane's story makes some significant deviations from the lore of League of Legends, meaning that Stanwyck Pediddly, whose statue... meaning Singedwyck Pediddlesky, whose statue Jace admires, could turn out to be a younger Singed, possibly thought to be dead. Cringe, that's cringe. I like this one, though. And again, a lot of people were thinking this at the time. Shimmer is revealed to be connected to the void. The drug's sickly purple hues may be no coincidencia. Oh my. The dangerous substance invented by Singed, known as Shimmer, has been encountered by most of the cast of Arcane by the end of Season 1. Whether simply surviving a fight with a Shimmer user like Vi, or actually using it like Jinx and Vander, Arcane's prospective characters have become very familiar with the drug. Whoa. Known for its transformative properties, Shimmer enhances the physical attributes of its subjects in exchange for a gradual loss of sanity, and possibly of grotesque transformations, twisting heavy users' bodies into lepers, so we can make them look like lepers, so then when Victor turns into Techno-Jesus, they look like lepers he's healing. Known for their purple coloration. The look of Shimmer users evokes an infamous location from League of Legends. The Void. The Void is an extra-dimensional world teeming with horrific, Lovecraftian creatures, most of which bear a distinctive purple color. The bioorganic transformations of Shimmer body horror and the distinctive purple hues could imply that Singed created the drug with some influence or source from the Void, making its usage possibly all the more dangerous. fortress. Oh my god. Yeah, I wish. Camille will be sent in to assassinate Jinx and Echo. Oh my god. The Steel Shadow could soon cast herself over Zorn. JK. The trouble brewing in Zorn has officially reared its head by the end of Arcane's first season, culminating in Jinx's rise as a deadly force of chaos. Combined with Echo's increased efforts to better the quality of life in Zorn, Piltover's leadership may struggle to... Combined with Echo's increased efforts to better the quality of life of Zorn, Piltover's leadership might struggle to avoid all-out war. They just can't possibly deal with that. The Zornites having a better quality of life? War! In order for the simple assassination of both figures may be what Piltover needs to maintain control over their neighbors. And no one could be better than League of Legends champion Camille for the job. Rengar. Shaco literally goes invisible. We've got better assassins. Katarina is like the best assassin. Anyway, they're not available, darling. They are busy. Sorry, they are busy. A cybernetic noble of high-ranking Piltovan Feroz clan, Camille was transformed into a living weapon in order to become a stealthy enforcer for the interests of her family and Piltovan nobility as a whole. Known for her hex-tech enhancements, bladed legs, and utter lack of empathy, Camille is perhaps the single deadliest woman in all of Piltover. Ooh. Just think about that. Just flashing characters through my mind. I mean, I was about to say Orianna, but Orianna's not Piltovan, is she, technically? I mean, yeah, that is a fair call. I won't complain about that. Season 2 of Arcane could introduce Camille as a way to stop the war with Zorn before it starts with a swift assassination of Zornite dissidentes. OMG. And number 1, Heimerdinger will take Echo's firelights to the next level. Well, oh my. The combination of Echo and Heimerdinger's genius could give Zorn the advantage it needs. Oh my. By the end of Arcane Season 1, Heimerdinger has been completely ejected by Piltover's leadership, leaving him to fall in with Echo and his firelights. Oh my. Echo was at the center of some of the best fight scenes in Arcane so far. There was only a couple. I mean, there was literally a handful of fights, so that's not hard, but okay. And I mean, the bridge fight is great, but the chem tank fight is amazing. Come on, get out of here. Anyway, but the addition of Heimerdinger's genius designs into his arsenal could be the edge he needs to excel against the sure invasion of Zorn by Piltovan forces. In League of Legends, Heimerdinger is the designer of weapons ranging from automated turrets to swarms of rockets, all of which could provide useful in the conflict to come. Nah, bro, he just dies. He just goes and dies. However, Echo's most famous invention, sorely absent from Season 1 of Arcane, is the most exciting creation Heimerdinger could help with. In League of Legends, Echo uses the Z-Drive, an incredible device that allows him to rewind time. Well, oh my. As the two work together in the final moments of Season 1, a clock can be seen ticking away in the foreground, suggesting that Heimerdinger may help Echo finally introduce the Z-Drive into the lore of Arcane. Yes, and he does so literally in the basement. Literally in a basement, basically, with zero access to his lab or his technology, basically just some nuts and bolts that Powder has lying about. Well, that's how you make a goddamn time machine. Oh, really? Okay, folks. Well, look, I know it's been so much fun, but that is all I have prepared for you. I thought, much like most of my streams, I thought, well, maybe had an hour or two of stuff prepared, but 5.5 hours later, well, here we are. Excellent. Look, again, the whole point of that, I know you're probably wondering, well, what was the point of all that? The show's done. Why are we going through theories? The main thing was to kind of point out the fact that there was a lot of repeating themes all throughout those theories, mainly that there is going to be a large conflict between Piltover and Zorn, and all of this thinking, all of these theories, all of it just absolutely thrown to the wayside. And again, it all makes sense because it was all set up to go in that direction, but unfortunately, you know, it kind of turned to shit, depending on how you view it. A lot of people liked Season 2, absolutely fine. Others like me that appreciate well-written and crafted stories instead of shipper bait and just big Marvel wahoo-wahee cringe lines in action. You might understand why some of us feel this way, but again, it's totally fine. We are in the minority, unfortunately. Again, the average individual that watches Arcane Season 2 is very happy with it. And I see that every day when I go onto Reddit and YouTube and TikTok to post content. The general consensus is the vast majority of people love the show and don't understand why some people had issues with it. And as we spoke about at the start of the stream, that unfortunately makes people believe you're a grifter, or you're just rage baiting, or you're doing this, or you're doing that. When no, the reality is I'm just trying to be honest about my thoughts and feelings about the show. And look, sometimes I get into a bit of a rage and I meme and I clown and I troll and I make jokes, but that's kind of half the point of me channel, mate. If you've watched me breakdowns, you know I like to have a bit of a hoo-hoo and a ha-ha. Anyway, folks, thank you all very much, every single one of you that has jumped in to the stream and into the chat. But if you are watching after the fact and the stream is done, and you personally had some theories that you thought was going to go, thank you so much, Not an Anime Girl. Appreciate that. But, you know, again, chuck it in the comments. If you guys had, as you saw at the start of the stream, I had a bunch of theories. I had a bunch of thoughts where I thought things were going to go. But no, yeah, all of those were just absolute nonsense and kind of turned a bit shit. But that's okay. These things happen. What I'd love to do is I would love to put together a whole bunch more of your guys' thoughts and opinions on what you thought was going to happen. And we just do something similar where I put together a fun little PowerPoint and we go through all of that. But, gee willikers, now I have to think about something to talk about next stream, and I guarantee it is probably going to be about Arcane. I mean, maybe I do something about Blue Eye Samurai, but again, I don't have a great deal of positive things to say about that, so I'm just like losing interest in that show so quickly. It is insane. I'm on the finale, and it's like I'm pushing myself every 5 minutes just to keep watching it because it's like, oh my god. Anyway, maybe that might just be a video on its own. But I'm working on 2 videos at the moment. The episode 8 breakdown is in the editing phase. I'm also editing the part of the stream where we did all of the ranking of the ships. That could be a fun little solo video. There'll probably be like an hour or 2, but you know, that's a big meaty one for me to put together. And then the biggest project of all that I'm working on, I guess 3 videos, but this is going to take forever, is editing the stream where I rank every character, and that involves a lot of editing. And like it is 7 hours, and there are parts where like there is not a lot to remove, unfortunately. I thought that there would be heaps to remove, that there'd be so much faffing around, but no, there is not. Anyway, guys, thank you very much. There's your update. You'll probably get a video in the next few days, probably that episode 8 breakdown, and then I'll see you all again for another stream when that happens. Excellent. Till next time.